Hello, everybody. Welcome to my channel. Please hit the like button on your way in. Um, as you can see, the title, that's what we're going to be talking about. Getting boxed out our civil rights struggles. And my sister, 4 Black Righteous Folks Home, will be the one that's going to take it over. And we're going to get into it. Uh, let's see. We're going to get into this right after the 30. Okay, y'all, and we're back. Hello, sister.
I am here.
That's
in the flesh. Still in the flesh. I'm here.
That's a good thing. Y'all already know when me and my sister is live, it's about to get deep. If y'all don't know, for those of you who don't know, you better hang on to your seat because we're about to get active. All right, so I'm gonna let my sister start it off. So go ahead, sis.
Clap your hands and stomp your feet while the DJ scratch to the funky beat. He's making you move until your body sweat. He's even giving you more than you're supposed to get. Now twist the turn and let your body burn and show everybody what you just learned. Let's all get together, perform a crowd while the DJ play it nice and loud. Now everybody in the place to be. Let's all get together. Repeat after me. Say rock the house. Rock the house. Say rock the house.
Rock the house.
Turn it out.
You say what?
I was singing with them.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay, was it too low? Because that's as loud as it can go.
No, I heard it. It was clear.
Oh, what did you say though?
I was repeating after them. They said rock the house. So I said, okay.
I thought you said you couldn't hear it. Okay. Let me go back. Okay, let's not mess up this good part now.
Nice and loud now, everybody in the place to be. Let's all get together. Repeat after me. Say rock the house. Say rock the house. Say turn it out. Turn it out. I like it. Come on. I love it. Let me hear it. I like it. One more time. I love it. Come on. Well, I'm the master blaster. I'm here to see. Rocking the bass for everybody. Every DJ rocks to the break of day. Somebody say DJ. DJ. Rock to the break of day. Say keep on rocking it. Keep on rocking it. Keep on rocking it. Keep on rocking it. DJs now are coming strong. You're gonna take my advice because it lasts this long. Cause rocking the house, one job well done. For any DJ in this world to be someone. Make fellas say it and the girls get loose. And then the crowd's part of that. John got juice. And I'm cool to make some cash. Cause it's all about love. So they can jam pack the no matter how much you spend. So if you want to make some cash, I'll be a DJ. You must rock the house right and know what to play. Now everybody in the place to be. Let's all get together. Repeat after me. Say ho. Say ho. Ho. I like it. Come on. I love it. One more time. I like it. Come on. I love it. All the fellas in the house, if you want to break dance, say break dance. Say break dance. Come on. Say break. Turn it up, DJ. DJ cut different ways, so let me hear you cut a DJ. Let's make some noise. Let's make some noise. Come on. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let that motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker. Burn. We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker. Burn.
I wanted the part about the roof. The roof is on fire. Let the motherfucker burn. Well, I must beg to differ. Anytime somebody tells you to let the motherfucker burn, you need to get the fuck on away from that individual. Unless it's a goddamn song. But if they say that shit to your face about letting shit burn, letting the community burn, letting black men burn, letting everybody collapse and burn, you need to probably walk away, which brings me to what had happened. And you were there to witness what had happened with that distasteful so-called interview that I was supposed to have with Chocolate Siren. Now, mind you, an hour before she started that live, we were on the phone. She suggested that I interview her. I didn't ask. She said, hey, why don't you interview me? I said, well, that's a wonderful idea because I want to understand how you were pro-Black before and then became to be who you are today. I wanted to let the people know, the audience and men in particular, understand how women can change from, you know, basically loving on everybody and everything and then somehow take a turn for the worse. Where did that come from? What type of situations did you see or witness to make you feel different, to walk in a different light, in a different vantage point? I thought that was going to be an awesome interview to do because we're going to showcase, I thought, we're going to showcase what's plaguing the community, the mindsets of people, how it's really fucked up, why a lot of women are not respecting the men that supposedly leaders, because they don't represent anything. And that's my position. My position has never been to burn nothing. I just leave you alone. That's my position. I don't need to burn anything. I don't need to scream and act a fool. I don't need to go look for you and go fight you and go try to harass you or go threaten you or go harm you. None of that. Just leave you the fuck alone. And that's what my motto has been my whole entire life, as soon as I was able to do it, that is. Because as you know, I used to be raised in a situation where I was not able to make decisions as a child in children's home and foster home. So I was not able to turn lights off and kept it off. I wasn't able to tell people to shut the fuck up and they shut the fuck up. I wasn't able to just go and come as I wanted. There was always rules and there was always other people that was in my ear telling me how it was going to be. And I had to listen because it was not my house and I had no power and I had no money and I had no choice. But when you get older, you learn the difference between not having choice and then it transitions to understanding you do. And when you understand when you're grown, you're like, you know what? I don't want to repeat being around types of people that rub me the wrong way or that might give me a bad taste in my mouth or even make me change into an individual that's unsavory to my spirit, you know? So I had thought, because we had a nice conversation how it was supposed to go. This was supposed to be the interview of all interviews. But then within 10 minutes time, she changed her mind. Within 10 minutes time, some possession of some sort came into her body and took over, and she just went crazy. And I mean, what did you witness there? I mean, I want people to understand, because the reason why I have to address this first and foremost is because I had people tagging me being interviewed or going to her channel. I had people from other platforms, Drop TV, tagged for his audience to be partaking at this so-called drag of lame, whack men. And he's a man. And he trusted me to handle it correctly, and it was not handled at all correct. So I have to apologize first and foremost to everybody that was unblessed listening to that live. I'm so sorry that I had you guys go over there assuming that it was going to go the way in which we talked. But this has happened 3 times now where I have talked physically to people, 3 females in person, well, 2 on the phone and 1 on the platform, and explained to them what was going on, what was wrong, and what I would not be able to do. And despite us saying, oh, I got you, I understand. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. They didn't do what they said they were going to do. And this time, though, Chocolate Siren says some things against Emmett Till, against Dr. King, against the Black Wall Street or Oklahoma bombings. She alluded that all those black males deserved and earned what they got. And from that point on, I don't even know, I don't use this word too often, but flabbergasted comes to mind. I lost my breath. I lost my life in that moment. I was so stuck on stupid, and it didn't help that I asked her 1 or 2 questions, and then this young female decides she wants to join the panel without respecting the fact that they were about to have a goddamn interview. So she hops her ass up on the panel with a fucked up mic, you know, making all these muffled noises and spitting and carrying on in the mic, all up in my ear. Then I'm hearing Chocolate screaming and not doing what she said she was going to do and desecrating our ancestors who began the civil rights for us. Now, what's happening today is this. People are boxing us out of our own civil rights struggles, and they have replaced us. And I've been saying this, and now it's coming to fruition. So I will be showing a lot of things in this video because we need to understand what has happened with the hijack, with the box out. The people are pretending to have our back, and they don't. They come in the guise of so-called brown and black coalition. They come in the guise of Pan-Africanism. They come in the guise of we're all one and the same. We should be loving one another. But they're keeping us downcasted forever while they step on our backs, our necks, our heads, and they get ahead and they go do their thing and live their better life. And we're looking like homeless vagabonds out here, unloved and uncared for. And we're steadily fighting over the wrong things, which I thought talking about that conversation would bring to mind what's wrong and what we need to do to correct it, which is focus on the things that you need to focus on, and the things that's not important to focus on, let it go. But that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. And I stood there hoping that she was punking me like that show, that old show. Where you got tricked by, was it Ashton? White guy? Used to be
Yeah,
with
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I thought I was being punked at first. And I was making up all these excuses. Surely she's not going to leave it like this. Surely this is going to get better. Surely she's going to correct this like we talked about. Surely, and it never happened. She was tap dancing on me as an individual. And because of that, I can no longer be involved with her channel, because this is the second time she did this. Not as bad as the last time, but the first time we were supposed to talk about another topic and she changed her mind and had me up there while she again was bashing men. And I told her, I said, look, I don't like a lot of men, I'll give you that, but I don't care. I don't have anger. I'm not bitter. I'm not coming for the jugular unless you come for me. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm not sleeping over not having a man. I'm not sleeping because I'm not sleeping. But her situation is different. She is going through her own journey, and apparently her platform is used for other things that has nothing to do with my mindset. And I had hope though, because you know, whenever you link up with people, what you want to do whenever you do become friends with somebody, you want to make sure they bring out the best in you. You want to make sure that you guys learn a lesson to, like, you know, establish respect, you know, cooperation, you know, on the order of that, because you can't have cooperation and respect. You ain't going to have nothing. What you're going to have is someone trying to take advantage of you. What you're going to have is someone basically thinking they can pimp you or punk you. And that's what I think she was trying to ultimately do. And I was just like stunned. Like, I can't believe she tried this shit after talking to me for like almost an hour. Like, it was literally not like a quick, you know, conversation. It was like an hour-long conversation, how it was supposed to go.
When I went over there, it's like I said in the chat that I didn't come over there, you know, to get into no heated discussion or none of that at all. I just wanted clarity and to understand that kind of rhetoric and that kind of hate that she was speaking, the way she was about Black men. I just wanted to see, you know, why.
I
Like,
was
why
hoping to
so
balance her
strong about
out. I had hoped to balance her out. And I had hoped also, because I have used you as a soundboard. I've used my uncle, rest in peace, Uncle Pittman, as a soundboard to kind of like vent before, cry before, be angry before.
Mm-hmm.
And it allowed me to correct what's going on in my heart spirit. And so I thought maybe she was using the platform for that, to vent, to be a sounding board, to let it go, to let it out. Because sometimes you have to do that to be able to move on.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you realize that this is the only conversation you got, and you're not willing to change, you're not willing to add another conversation other than just bashing men, well, that's not where I'm at. And to keep having me on the platform, knowing full well that's the direction you're going to always be in, and have me there knowing that I don't want to be there like that, then you're just telling me an outright, you know, basically you're disrespecting me, and you're telling me that you don't care about my feelings, and you're telling me that we're not that friendly after all. So she can have that. She won that battle. I wish she would stop lying to herself, talking about that was a great live, though. She had the nerve to put on a community tab that, you know, she took the video down because Nyla Says got her channel taken down. She said my name wrong. She said 4 righteous black folks got her channel taken down. It's 4 black for short, y'all. Come on. 4 black righteous folks home. And if you can't remember that, just say 4 black, the number 4 and black. I accept that, okay? But to say that we all had a good time anyways, who had a good time? I was horrified. I was horrified out of my goddamn mind.
I was horrified. I was scared at the same time. I was confused. I'm like, what's going on?
I'm like, having a good time. Oh my God, that is a stretch for real. I was horrified. I was flabbergasted. I was choking. I couldn't talk right. My head began spinning. I was seeing demons flying all over the place, and ghosts, goblins and devils. I was like, what the fuck? And then the young woman that came up there kept stepping on my toes every time I tried to like figure out how to talk, which I was struggling. She started talking whenever I would talk. And I was like, what the fuck is this girl doing? And so I said, you know what? I don't need this headache, because I felt it behind your eyes. Have you ever had a migraine behind your eyes?
Mm-hmm.
I had it behind my eyes. I had it in the front lobe, the top lobe, the back lobe, the neck, the back, everything. I said, my God, it's like a wild fucking fire. I'm surrounded by some evilness right now. I gotta check the fuck out. So I bounced.
Mm-hmm.
And this individual that kept interrupting me did not stay up on that panel past 7 fucking minutes. So she only went up there because I was talking. And I'm just like, what the hell? But nonetheless, I apologized to Sir Drop. I apologize to anyone that trusts my judgment. And I'm telling y'all, I know I discerned that she can go like she went. I just thought she respected me enough to not do that while I was there, to at least keep her word on what she stated. And I didn't know that she would go against her word that bad. And she did a really horrible thing with me there. And I don't want no one to ever liken me to that. That is not me. I don't care. Like, I don't have no hate to be harboring. I'm not looking for nobody to try to burn the fuck down and scorch the earth with and see all your babies and everybody else dead around you. No, that is not my spirit. And that's why I have to apologize and do this and set this right, because I couldn't sleep. I've been up since 1 o'clock this morning because I have to get this right, because too many people have already been attacking me, my character, claiming that I'm anti-African because I'm not worshiping Africa. People are claiming that if you are not kissing men's ass, somehow you're a hater of men. It's like, there's nothing deserving to be kissing ass for. You guys are not building anything. You're not leading anything. You having Mexicans run amok around our civil rights. You're having transgenders run amok around our civil rights. You're having all immigrants and other black folks from everywhere else run amok around our civil rights while we're homeless and looking stupid like menstrual clowns. Everybody is playing us, talking about brotherly this and that on social media and doing the worst that they can do against us in front of our faces and behind our goddamn back. And that's what I wanted to point out. I wanted to point out that, look, all this stemmed from the lack of a concrete identity that we used to have but got changed behind Jesse Jackson. And once that changed, then all this Pan-African talk has been going on for I don't know how long. I mean, as far as I knew, it died with Marcus Garvey, but when I've been on as long as I've been on social media, it's been going on since I've been on social media. And it seems to be the only theme that to be something as a remedy, which is not, but a pretend remedy, a falsehood remedy to replace what's going on in the community. And this is done by design. I wanted to point out that there are powers that be who are in movies, TV, social media. You know who they are. That's controlling everything. They are depicting us in the vilest way possible. And they're allowing us to be targeted even more. And instead of us saying we don't want to have this done no more, we're not standing on this no more, we're going to do something different, we're going to boycott that, we're going to speak up for this, we're going to stop doing this gender war and talk about the people that's talking against us, they're not doing that. And I'm like, am I in the Twilight Zone? Have people all bump their fucking heads and they're in a trance? What's the fuck's going on? What's going on with the water, y'all? What's going on? But this is what I'm seeing.
Many different kinds of water.
It's in the water or the air. But it's saturating a lot of people's psyche to just be zombies, to be stuck on stupid, to be clueless, and to act like sheeple. Like everybody is gravitating still to beefs, still to debates, still over identity, debates, and arguing, and all that, and bashing. And what Chocolate Siren did was way worse than bashing. It was
she got it in.
She killed anything related to our ancestors. You know that Emmett Till started the civil rights when he died. I didn't know that. So I want to get into that. But if you have any questions or comments or anything, because I don't want to keep dragging it out, I just want people to understand why I'm speaking about it. I wouldn't have spoke about it if she didn't do it live. I would have just walked away and never looked back. But because she did it live, I had to do it live. And thank God, Eunice, you are here as my sister to correct this, because just imagine if I didn't know who you were and that happened, then I would have just been stuck with that last scene, and that shit would have fucked with me forever. So I'm so glad that you were able to be here for me and let me address it and move on, so I don't have to look back after this.
Yeah, because that was a mess. I went over there thinking that, you was going to interview her as it was supposed to be, And it went from that to, I'm thinking that there needs to be an exercise over there or something. Like it just went demon mode.
It
And
was
I'm like,
demon
oh my
mode.
God,
That
like
was
what
like that.
happened?
That was like the poltergeist, man, the black version of the poltergeist. And I could not believe I was stuck in that fucking box with her. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. This is not my thing. This is not me, y'all. I swear I didn't bring y'all over here for this shit. I swear
Yeah,
this ain't me.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the tone that the way that she was bashing men. I understand men have is they can be pieces of shit, but you know me, I do righteous first, and we're not gonna sit here and pretend that we don't have women who just as messed up. Okay, so I mean
Yeah,
that's just so I don't have that kind of hate towards
no.
men like that. Like
I'm not gonna say I never hated someone like that before. In my 20s, I hated my mother like that before. I hated doctors like that before. I hated some people that was pissing me off, when I was highly angered, easily angered. But I've gotten over that. I think by talking with you, relating to my uncle. Thank God for 8 years of him talking to me and dealing with me and working on me. And I've been working on myself. So it's not too hard to go back to that mindset though, and that's why you have to guard yourself away from people that are toxic like that, because if you hang around someone like that for too long, you'll end up sounding like that and don't even know how it happened. And I refuse to allow myself to go in the direction of no return. For what?
mhm,
That's not going to benefit me. And if you curse all black men, then you're going to be the next to get picked off. You're next. After
mhm.
their demise, you're next. You're going to follow right behind that. So you have to encourage all of us, women.
I didn't understand it because it's like I said in the chat, right? I have two black sons. Now, am I supposed to tell my black sons to not date black women? See, because that's the problem that we're having today. Black men don't like and respect black women. So am I supposed to teach my sons that same rhetoric? Am I supposed to tell my sons, no, don't date black women, to hate black
Yeah,
women when I am a black woman? Their mother is a black woman. Their ox
yeah.
is a black woman. Like that don't make sense to me. So I couldn't
Mhm.
gravitate to that. I just couldn't.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry, and I'm so sorry that I convinced you thinking it was gonna be a good live. I lied that time. I lied. I unknowingly lied, and that's what I don't like about it. She made me lie unknowingly, and she trapped me because I was steadily trying to get. Because I was like, once you said something about Emmett Till and Martin Luther King and the uh, Black Wall Street, you have to
Mhm,
validate it with backup
mhm,
videos or statistics or news clip or something. You can't just say something about all those males needed to die. They were
mhm,
fucking with white women. They all needed to die. Like what?
mhm.
Excuse me. Last time I checked and heard, this Emmett Till was 14. What can a 14-year-old do that damn bad back then? Now, I understand a 14-year-old today can do so many bad things because they got guns, they got, you know, all kinds of things they can get their hands on. A car, they can, run over people, they can steal, they can kill, they can be a part of a gang, they could slip a Mickey, they could do all kinds of things. But back then, those weren't the options back then. That was in the, was it the 1920s or 19, no, the 50 something. That,
Mhm.
that stuff wasn't that bad to where that 14-year-old, and the climate of that time, white people were on the necks of black people, like to the point where they were scared to even look in their eyes.
Mhm.
Okay. They were scared to really be in the spaces of them because what was going on at that time.
Well, I
To
don't
where,
know about that because just like I said, when it comes to that topic, in which I want to talk about that topic one day, when it comes to those kind of people, like the white people, if you haven't experienced that type of stuff back in those days, which I have, it's kind of hard to just say that, white people don't do these things and these things don't exist, because everybody's timeline is different. Because like I said, when I was growing up back in those days, me and my brothers and my cousins, we used to get chased by white people. We couldn't
Really?
even go. We couldn't even go to the park. We couldn't go to the grocery store unless we went in at least 3 or more people at one time. We would get chased by them all the time.
Wow.
They used to throw bottles in our windows and everything. So if you don't
Really?
experience that kind of stuff, it's kind of hard for people to understand the mindset of our people back then and what they went through.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I had a couple of incidences that had happened, I believe, in my early 20s. When I was in that lifestyle, people knew that we were a whole lot of lesbians at the time. And it was a whole car full of white people with bats and bottles that they threw at us. And luckily, I ducked in the nick of time and not was smashed in the face with a full-fledged, glass bottle that came to my face. And I snatched the bat out of someone else's hands. I was really quick then. I was like 24. I was not playing then. And luckily no one got hurt, but it was a very scary thing because they knew us and we didn't know who they were. They like rode around and seen us and said, there's some gay people downtown right here. Let's get them. They dispatched evil. And luckily no one got hurt, And there was another time that I remember in Cleveland, Ohio, when my brother was living, and I went to visit him, and it was a whole truckload of white people in the back and in the front, and they were yelling and screaming. My brother does. He takes off running and left me there. I could not fucking believe it. I said, this bitch ass nigga, and he could run. He ran like a gazelle away and left me standing there. And luckily they didn't come for me. I was jogging, but I was like, at the time I had really bad asthma. I couldn't really run like that. So I was jogging, looking back and shit, like, what the fuck? And he just gone. I'm like, where the fuck this bitch go? This fucking Giselle. Gone. He even said, come on, sis, we gotta break. We gotta break out of here. Nothing, just whoop, gone.
Wow.
So I was like, this bitch ass nigga. At that time, we didn't know.
No protection for the black woman, huh?
No protection. And that's why today, when he calls, I roll my eyes. Even to this day, I'll be like, what the fuck you want? You know what I mean?
You got killed or something.
Huh?
You could have got killed and he done left you back there.
Yes. And I was visiting, not knowing Cleveland. I didn't even know the city. That was like my first couple of days there. This happened when I was like 17. And he was like 18 and a half, because we're a year and a half apart. Mm-hmm. And I just couldn't believe how he had no concern over me at all. So I get the fact that a lot of women are upset about how lame and weak these men are. I would never have left him. Mm-hmm. I would never thought to leave him. Without him coming with me, I wouldn't have left. Mm-hmm. But that's our mentality for the most, well, not all, apparently not all, but the ones that are righteous, the ones that care about whom you're with and who you're with at the time, even if you don't get along that great. I'm not going to ask you out because I can outrun you. I mean, I'm like, this is what's that boat runner is a Usain boat from Jamaica. He was
that's the fastest runner, yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't hold nothing against my brother back when he was 17, I'm telling you. I was like, damn, did you take up track? What the fuck?
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I get why we are frustrated, and I get why a lot of us are really hopeless right now. And I want to go through why those reasons are. I want to start first with the Emmett Till, because that seemed to springboard the civil rights as it started out. So that we could understand what really happened to Emmett Till, and it was not his fault. That is the biggest lie that Chocolate Siren told, and I hope that she'll have enough integrity to go on her channel, which I doubt she will, but she should apologize about that. But I'm not her, and I ain't going back because I don't care no more. So let me play this real quick. If you guys could, please like and share the video. Please subscribe to both me and Afro Goddess's channel. Fair use of video for educational purposes, for reality checks realized and lies denied. Let me see if I can find the official way of saying it so I don't have to write it down, because you know how YouTube be doing lately. They be doing a lot of stuff. Well, you know what? I'll say that a little bit later. I'll find it. But let me start playing this before I lose my momentum. But I want you guys to keep in mind, this really started the beginning of our civil rights, and see how something innocent, that a death should be avenged versus where we are now, and how we have a target on our back, and how we're looking like minstrel clowns, and how people are targeting us all over the place, and we don't have the innocence of this time back when he was treated the way in which he was. Let's go. Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, is it too loud?
No.
Okay.
The brutal murder of 14-year-old Emmett Till remains one of the darkest moments in the civil rights era. On August 20th, 1955, the Chicago teen went to visit relatives in Money, Mississippi. While there, Till and a group of friends went into a store to buy candy. Unaware of the racial tone in the Mississippi Delta, Till spoke to a white female storekeeper in a manner she deemed offensive. On August 28th, 1955...
Do you know what that manner was, y'all? That manner was a whistle. Emmett Till whistled. That's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. Now, I don't know if he did that because he was watching movies, because a lot of movies were out that time. Maybe he heard the men do that, and he thought that that was a compliment that any woman would like, and he didn't realize where the fuck he stepped into. And he learned the hard way. A whistle cost his young life.
The storekeeper's husband, Roy Bryant, and his half-brother, J.W. Milam, abducted Till at gunpoint from his great-uncle's home. They drove him to a shed where they took turns torturing and beating him with a pistol. The pair then drove the battered teen to the edge of the Tallahatchie River. There they ordered him to remove his clothes and shot him in the head. Then they attached a heavy fan to his neck and rolled him.
They put on top of, after shooting him, they put a fan, fastened a fan on his neck and rolled him, a 14-year-old boy. Let me play that again. This is innocence right here. That's why I'm so disappointed in how she blamed him for his death.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I had to do this over, because I cannot let this fly. I'm sorry. I can't let this fly.
Where they took turns torturing and beating him with a pistol. The pair then drove the battered teen to the edge of the Tallahatchie River. There they ordered him to remove his clothes and shot him in the head. Then they attached a heavy fan to his neck and rolled his body into the river. On August 31st, 1955, the body of Emmett Till was discovered by two young boys. Heartbroken and grief-stricken by the brutality of her son's death, Mamie Till Bradley defiantly held an open casket funeral in Chicago for her son. She even sent pictures of his disfigured body to newspapers and magazines, saying the whole nation had to bear witness to this. Blacks, including young kids like myself, saw this horrendous picture in Jet magazine and other black publications. In September 1955, Bryant and Milam were indicted for Emmett Till's murder. During the 3-day trial, prosecutors presented testimony from Till's great uncle and Willie Reed, an African-American sharecropper who overheard Bryant and Milam torturing Till. On September 23, 1955, after deliberating for just over 1 hour, the all-white male jury found the defendants not guilty. 7 years after their acquittal, one juror admitted during an interview that most of the jurors believed Bryant and Milam were guilty, but acquitted them because the mandatory punishment of life in prison or death seemed too harsh to impose on white men for killing a black boy.
That's what happened. You know, I saw his body right after I got off that live.
Mm-hmm.
I found the video and I saw his body. I saw his face.
Mm-hmm.
And I never saw that before. And I'm like, I cannot believe she said that with me there. With me there. There is no way that a 14-year-old boy deserved to be treated like that.
No, not at all.
And that is what sparked civil rights. That's what sparked the bus being, the bus riding, stopping, off after Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks was encouraged by that case to make her not want to stand up. She was encouraged by that case. And Martin Luther King, he swept into a frenzy of sorts to want to get justice. And there has not been no justice for that young 14-year-old boy to this day. To this day. But they have the nerve to want to start a movie and there's no justice for him. But now they have a movie with Whoopi what's her name? Goldberg.
Yeah.
She is starring in the movie. You do realize that she made a comment against Jewish people.
Yes.
She was put on punishment.
Yep.
And put in her place. Now she's starting in this movie. Let me play a little clip of that. We're obviously bendable, though. We're obviously would sell ourselves out just so that we can maintain our life and not stand for anything worth standing for. And
ever since then, Whoopi Goldberg, she makes sure she watches what she says. It's like she really chooses her words wisely.
It's like we don't know how to get mad for the right stuff. We get mad at everything else but the right stuff. And that's why people are able to do us any kind of way. And now we become a mascot for our own civil rights, while everybody is coming over here to reap the benefits off of our deaths. They're literally reaping the benefits off of all the deaths of old for their own civil rights and upgrade here in America, while we stay where we were and worse off than what we were. And here's a clip of this ridiculous. I'm not going to watch the movie. I'm not supporting people to get rich off of this young 14-year-old that did not get justice. And we're going to make some people that don't care about us rich off of watching it. This movie should be boycotted.
Good point.
They should boycott this movie. They should not show up. If y'all show up for this movie, you're basically conjuring up the spirit of not caring about what happens to young, middle-aged, and old alike. You're cementing forever the notion of disregard and disrespect for us and our movement in life if you watch this movie. But let's listen to this. How dare they have a movie and not justice for this young man? How dare?
This was my boy, Emmett Till. I got a letter today from Auntie Lizzie. She said Bo's been working the fields. I can't imagine. Oh, he just doesn't understand how different things are in Mississippi. Are you listening? Yes. Be small down there.
Like this?
Emmett never thought anything would happen to him.
Rah! Eat the mummy, Simmy!
He just wanted to go on vacation and have fun with his cousins. But if my son could just get his feet back onto the Chicago soil, he'd be one happy kid. I don't know why I said that.
I want to talk to you about that boy.
They've come for you. It's hard to describe what a mother knows. The first thing I noticed when I became a mother was that my hands were busy all the time. My hand knew him with my eyes closed, just like I know his laughter in a crowded room. It's the same thing when you know all of someone. This was my boy, Emmett Till.
The body of
Okay, no more, no more. The point is, why this is a true sense of the word called mocking. They are mocking, they're openly mocking us. They're open-handed slapping us in our fucking face now with our pain.
Mhm.
They're open-handedly, what's that one song, Stroking My Finger with, what's that, stroking my pain with his finger. Remember that song?
Yes, yes. Mhm.
That's what they're doing. They're deliberately taunting us, mocking us, teasing us, laughing at us. Hey, you're 14-year-old Emmett Till. That got done real dirty. No one went to jail. That old woman who was found out to now be guilty. She's never been indicted. She's living her best life. She's going to live forever outside and never, ever see the light of day in jail. While we make money off this movie and you're paying, you black Negroes are going to sit there and watch that goddamn movie and pay us for it.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. But see, this is a prime example of what we should be mad about. Not mad about what I call myself on a goddamn panel. Not mad about me claiming I'm American and you want to be a Pan-African claiming I'm African now. But we have so many different agendas at play that's fucking with us as a Black American. And everyone has neutralized our movement. They neutralize our voice. And everybody else is superseded, doing something with the momentum of civil rights that we never ever were able to use for ourselves. Imagine all those deaths. We have not so much as got a anti-black hate bill. We couldn't even get George Floyd's bill passed. We can't even get PACs. We can't even have lobbyists. We don't even got a lawyer. We have hashtags, ADOS, FBA.
Talk about it.
We have just hashtags. We're being pimped. And this is what I wanted to talk about. And the reason why we're being pimped, because these people are displaced emotions all over the place on things that have nothing to do with how we're being treated for real. People living in their head with ego, narcissism, and thinking on stuff that does not matter. You're arguing with people online. You never see them a day in your life. Well, you hope you won't. These days you can see someone in real life, but you hope you won't. But that venom that we have for each other on social media with the debates and the bashing and the back and forth and the gender war, we have so much dedication to that. But none referencing Emmett Till, none referencing anything. And this is what I mean about being boxed out. We're being pimped. We're being boxed out of our own civil rights. All the people that's supposed to have money and be able to say something, they're easily controlled and contained. Let me look up Whoopi Goldberg when she was talking tough at first. And then we'll hear her talk not so tough after her ass was handled by her masters. And this is what I mean about you have to live for something. There, under no circumstance will I watch that movie. Under no circumstance would I ever want to be in the shoes of Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah, she's making money and stuff, but her soul's been sold. Her soul is sold. So this is when she was talking as if she had her own mind. Okay.
All right, hold on. Take it over for a minute. I'll be right back, sis. Okay.
Okay. So this was Whoopi Goldberg when she got in trouble about 8 months ago. This was the reasoning in which she was tapped on the shoulder and called out. But listen to what she said.
Breaking news overnight. The View co-host Whoopi Goldberg suspended for 2 weeks for her comments about the Holocaust. Ariel Reshef has the story. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you, George. Though Goldberg has apologized, her comments sparked a firestorm, some seeing this as a troubling sign of fading understanding about the horrors of the Holocaust. This morning, ABC News suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks in response to her inflammatory remarks about the Holocaust. ABC News President Kim Godwin saying in a statement, effective immediately, I am suspending Whoopi Goldberg for 2 weeks for her wrong and hurtful comments. While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. The entire
So they told her to reflect, y'all. They said, think about it. We're the one made your life the way it is today, Negro. We could take your life. We can make it uncomfortable and also crazy for you. If you don't fall in line, apologize, take back what you said, because we got the money, the bread that you are looking for and needing to provide the life that you lead, that we gave you. We gave you this life. We could take this life from you, Whoopi. Okay? So let's give you 2 weeks off to think about what you done said wrong and get some act right. Get some act right. Okay?
ABC News organization stands in solidarity with our Jewish colleagues, friends, family, and communities.
If you're going to do this, then let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race.
On Monday's show, the host of ABC's The View inaccurately claimed the Holocaust was not related to race.
It's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man. That's what it's about. Whoopi Goldberg.
Goldberg appearing to double down on the Colbert Show that night.
The American experience tends to be based on skin.
Yes. And so that is what race means to me. When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil. This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish. They had to delve deeply to figure it out.
Then tweeting an apology saying in part, the Jewish people around the world have always had my support and that will never waver. I'm sorry for the hurt I have caused. And the next day, opening The View with this.
I said that the Holocaust wasn't about race, and it was instead about man's inhumanity to man. But it is indeed about race, because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race. Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that.
By the end of...
Who stands for us, though, y'all? Who stands for us? While she's able to be corrected, bended over, and the F word, okay, she is thinking about her lifestyle. She's thinking about her house, her cars, her money. She's thinking about how complicated it will be if they make her life a living hell by standing up for her people. But like I said, they now have made her be a part of this Emmett Till, the worst movie to do, seeing how this woman was not indicted. And the people that's related to Emmett Till have never seen justice. And so do you know, when they see that movie or hear of the movie or hear of the, you know, a clip of the commercial of that movie, they're going to have the pain as if it just happened again.
I wonder if when people see that movie, I wonder, is it gonna motivate them enough to want to do something about it, or even have that movie removed, or or something. I wonder.
My point is, we should never even give them money to even. We should violently reject it. We should, in large mass, say this is too fucking much. We can't allow you guys to do this to us. But we're not going to do that because, like I said, most people that are celebrities and superstars are in the back pocket of these people that made them. And they're not able to stand up and say, hey, that's, you're harming my peoples that endured not getting justice. And me playing in this movie might open the wound and make us really look silly out here. But she don't care because she cares more about pleasing her masters than she cares about doing the right thing. And this is what I mean about not standing for something. I mean, to me, as long as she's been in the business all these years, she should have more than enough money saved away somewhere, right? I would imagine. So I would imagine if she had to like retire and get a lawyer and advocate for us, she could. But again, nobody wants to pay the cost or have risk of paying the cost for standing up for us. And that's why what I'm telling y'all is we've been bitched out. We've been demoralized. We've been pimped and desecrated. And people are disrespecting us for fun now. For fucking fun. So this is what I mean about the things in which we should be upset about, talking fervently on platforms about among ourselves, causing this energy that we have in us to be all over the place. Not the gender war, not the bashing of men, but this part. But for some strange reason, nobody wants to hear that part of what we need to do. They want to stay docile. They want to play dumb. They don't want to raise their standard. And that's why we're being pimped in real time.
Black people are being pimped because they're pimping themselves. Everybody's pimping each other. The pimp game is real.
So now I want to go to Smokey Robinson. He did a poem about 6 years ago. And a lot of people that are hearing this poem has a lot to say about who he is identifying himself to be. And this is what I'm talking about. People are trying to wrangle us like we're fucking sheep or cows and make us submit to the notion of whatever they tell us we are, we're going to be called. And whatever they say we're going to do, we're going to do. Mm-hmm. And so he stood up and said, this is what I feel. This is what I am. And I have an opinion about what you're calling me. And it caused so much controversy. I'm going to play a clip after that for you to understand these young motherfuckers had a nerve to speak ill against what Smokey Robinson said. Smokey Robinson is 82 years old, a legend. Smokey Robinson earned his stripes to be the man he chose to identify as. Who are these 20-something, 30-something-year-olds prancing about, talking about, you need to honor Africa now? But just listen to what his poem, very potent. Have you ever heard this poem before?
Me? No.
Okay, this is going to be a treat.
No, I'm scared.
Disregarding detour signs, I won't stop until you're mine. Can anyone recognize this line? It's a line from a very beautiful poet in this world that is here tonight. I'm going to stop the shenanigans. Def Poetry, please give it up for Smokey Robinson.
I love being black. I
love being called black. I love being an American. I love being a black American.
Oh, I heard this.
As a black man in this country, I think it's a shame that every few years we get a change of name. Since those first ships arrived here from Africa that came across the sea, there were already black men in this country who were free. And as for those who came over on those terrible boats, they were called nigger and slave, and told what to do and how to behave. And then Master started tripping, doing his midnight tipping down to the slave shacks where he forced he and great-great-grandma to be together. And if great-great-grandpa protested, he got tarred and feathered. And at the same time, the black men in the country who were free were mating with the tribes like the Apache and the Cherokee. And as a result of all that, we're a parade of every shade. And in this late day and age, you can be sure there ain't too many of us in this country whose bloodline is pure. But according to a geological, geographical, genealogy study published in Time magazine, the black African people were the first on the scene. So for what it's worth, the black African people were the first on Earth. Through migration, our characteristics started to change and rearrange to adapt to whatever climate we migrated to. And that's how I became me, you became you. So if we're going to go back, let's go all the way back. And if Adam was black and Eve was black, then that kind of makes it a natural fact that everybody in America is an African American.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Everybody in Europe is an African European. Everybody in the Orient is an African Asian, and so on.
It sounds low.
Yes, if the origin of
Oh,
man
I'm sorry.
is going to go on. And if one drop of black blood makes you black like they say, then everybody's black anyway. So quit trying to change my identity. I'm already who I was meant to be. I'm a black American born and raised. And Brother James Brown wrote a wonderful phrase. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Because I'm proud to be black. And I ain't never lived in Africa. And because my great-great-granddaddy on my daddy's side did, don't mean I want to go back. Now, I have nothing against Africa. It's where some of the most beautiful places and people in the world are found. But I've been blessed to go a lot of places in this world. And if you ask me where I choose to live, I pick America, hands down. Now, by and by, we were called Negroes. And after a while, that name was banished. Anyway, Negro is just how you say black in Spanish. Then we were called colored. But yet everybody's one color or another, and I think it's a shame that we hold that against each other. And it seems like we reverted back to a time when being called black was an insult. Even if it was another black man who said that the fight would result. Because we've been so brainwashed that black was wrong, till even the yellow niggas and the black niggas couldn't get along. But then came the 1960s, when we struggled and died to be called equal and black, and we walked with pride with our heads held high and our shoulders pushed back. And black was beautiful. But I guess that wasn't good enough. Because now here they come with some other stuff. Who comes up with this shit anyway? Was it one or a group of niggas just sitting around one day? Feeling a little insecure again about being called black and decided that African American sounded a little more exotic. Well, I think you were being a little more neurotic. It's that same mentality that got Amos and Andy put off there because they were embarrassed about the way the characters spoke. And as a result of that action, a lot of wonderful black actors ended up broke. When we were just laughing and having fun about ourselves. So I say, fuck you if you can't take a joke. You didn't see the Beverly Hillbillies being protested by white folks. And if you think, of course you think, that being called African American sets all black people's minds at ease, since we affectionately call each other nigger, I affectionately say to you, nigger, please. How come I didn't get a chance to vote on who I'd like to be? Who gave you the right to make that decision for me? I ain't under your rule or in your dominion, and I'm entitled to my own opinion. Now, there are some African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now, no matter what you call yourself or what you say. And a lot of people died to make it that way. And if you think America's the leader on inequality and suffering and grieving, how come there's so many people coming and so few leaving? Rather than all this fine thought with American shit you promote, if you want to change something, use your privilege. Get to the polls, come and support them. God knows we've earned the right to be called Americans and be free at last. And rather than you moving forward with progress, you're dwelling in the past. We struggled too long, we've come too far. To the folks that know who we were, let's be proud of who we are. We're the only people whose name is always a trend. When is this shit gonna end? Look at all the different colors of our skin. Black is not our color, it's our core. It's what we've been living and fighting and dying for. But if you choose to be called African American and that's your preference, then I'll give you that reference. But I know on this issue I don't stand alone on my own. And if I do, then let me be me. And I'd appreciate it if when you see me, you say, there goes a man who says it loud. I'm black. I'm a black American, and I'm proud because I love being an American. And I love being black. I love being called black. Yeah, I said it, and I don't take it back.
What did you hear that was wrong about that poem? I don't hear not one word stated.
Not one thing. Not one thing.
People wanted to say because you said that if you go to Africa, they don't look at you that way, and it's true. They're tribalistic over there. They don't look at each other in the same goddamn country as the same. But yet we're supposed to somehow believe that they will accept us more than the people in their own country that they are separated from and arguing over tribes or languages and the resources, the oil. You know, they have nepotism really bad. There, only a certain clan or tribe that's in power is benefiting their own to be in power with them in their government, like Addo, the President Addo of Ghana. His cousin is the finance minister in Ghana, and other relatives or associates, you know, through marriage and all that. His clique, his folks, his people, they do that. In Nigeria, they do that all over Africa. So he did not lie. But you had Pan-Africans trying to correct him, claiming that he was out of order because he never visited Africa, as if you have to go.
That. They keep telling us that.
Saying that. And it's like you don't have to be there to have an opinion. I can think like I think and still be right by listening to the people on the ground of Africa, you know? And I listen to people. That's why I go to different spaces so that I'm not naive. I don't like being naive. So I'm bold enough to go to Pan-African spaces, even though I'm not like there. I'm bold enough to go to African spaces to hear them. Because, you know, when I first came to YouTube, they were just saying, Kumbaya, my Lord. Everything's going to be all right. And they were all Pan-Africans and holding hands and singing in unison. And things got real this last year. People started, you know, putting down that fakery and that script. And they started letting it be known and told, like, look, we're tribalistic. We're not going to change for you. You're not coming up over here and telling us nothing. We run shit over there. If you're going to go over there, you're going to bow down to how we have things going on over there, or don't come. Because if you come with the chip on your shoulder like you are an American, you're going to be put in your place, if not hurt, behind coming over there speaking freely like you do. And that's what they say. So let me play a video of this person or people that had a problem with what Smokey Robinson had to say. And I was just like, the nerve. Like an elderly guy, 82 years old, can't get respect. That tells you how much disrespect we have as a people. Like people that come over here. Now there's a biracial on this platform. It's Fox Soul. There's also a half Cuban and a half Haitian that was trying to critique again Smokey Robinson. And there's one that looks like to be full-fledged Black American, and see how docile he sounds by what their responses are. Now listen to this. I was just like, this shit's crazy. He didn't say
I'll be right back. Take it over. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Here we go, y'all. I hope that you guys can hear. I don't know why my phone from time to time goes low, but here we go.
Being proud, Smokey Robinson said that he resents being called African American. Instead, he wants to be called a Black American. He doesn't want to be called African American anymore. And this is interesting because over the years, I've called myself a Black American. And I always said, well, I've never been to Africa, and I'm not from Africa. And then people have argued me down that my roots are in Africa. And then I watched the Roots movie and didn't see any of my people in there. So it's like I understand what he's saying, but during this interview with The View, Smokey Robinson, he had talked about his poem, Black American, which was turned into an animation by a teacher trying to educate his students about the Black experience. Robinson shared what being a Black American means to him and why he resents being labeled African American, and this is what he said.
I'm a person, I resent being called an African American. I really do. Now, I've traveled all over the world, and Africa is one of the few places in the world that I've never been yet, okay? But I think that when you do that, you're disclaiming all the things, all the contributions that Black people have made to America. You see, I consider myself to be a Black American, and I enjoy being called Black.
And think about the contributions that he made in music, Motown. Think about the contributions that a lot of Black Americans made for the very first time playing baseball, for the very first time boxing, you know, trailblazers, track, everything we did, we went through bruises and bumps to be able to compete, to be able to be a part of a movie, to being able to produce your own kind of music, so forth and so on. He understands that we went through too much sacrifice to just give it away and say it's not important. And that's why I respect what he had to say. You know, these days, Pan-Africans and Africans are now trying to say that everything that we did here, it all comes from Africa. There is no sound that sounds like Motown in Africa. There is no sound that sounds like jazz in Africa unless they're mimicking us. There's no sound that sounds like anything that we have done, Negroes, spirituals, rap, you name it, we did it, soul, R&B, that comes from Africa. But again, because we have not protected our culture, because we have not respected ourselves and our identity, people have come here and swayed people to be able to be pimpable. And they have sold their soul just so that they can make a name for a craft or an art. And now they are like hoes for the industry, hoes to these masters that made them, built them, and they're held to that standard. They can never speak up and they can never rise. That's why you're seeing so many different celebrities now running to Africa. Tom Usher was just there. You had, what's his name? The talk show host guy with the mustache. God, I can't remember his name. He's so annoying though to me. Just different celebrities have gone to Ghana. They're promoting Ghana. Ludacris promotes Africa. Samuel Jackson promoted Africa. And so many other so-called celebrities. And you know why they went there? They didn't go on their own. They were sent there. They were sent there like little bitty bitches. But they think that they are so highly influential to us. And that's why people are so mad about Smokey Robinson, because they know he's solid. They know that his words hold a lot more weight than an Usher would. Because Usher is what, 30-something years old? He ain't lived a grand life. He ain't got no grandkids. He ain't no damn legend. So that's why they're attacking him. But listen to what they had to say about him resenting being called an African American. And I also too resent being called African American. I was born Black on my birth certificate. I was known as a Black American. When that new term came when I was 16, I never ever called myself. In fact, when people say African American, I correct them. I say I'm a Black American. I don't like to be called African American. I'm a Black American. And I correct anyone that calls me an African American, because who the fuck gave them the right to just change my identity when I was happy with it? But they think that we're so gullible to be pimped by anybody and all things that they were like, well, fuck it, we could do this to them. They're not gonna say nothing about it because they're always letting the name be changed. Anyways, they never ever fought back. Like right when Jesse Jackson came with that term, they should have said vehemently, no, we don't want our name changed. We had our name changed too many times through the years. No. Right. Okay, we were called Negro, some were called freeman, mulatto, colored, black. That's where we draw the line, y'all. We're not taking no fucking more names. But they didn't do it. The baby boomers punked out. They got comfortable with big pot bellies and they wanted to live their best life and they didn't want no problems. So they were like bitchified. So that's why we have the problem with Pan-Africans now telling you, oh, you're an African. You're African American. That means African. You see the Africans above the American term. Bitch, I wasn't called that. And I never accepted that. That's not my identity. But listen to these clowns as they're going to try to chastise an 82-year-old legend. Like, who does this? They do this against us, though, because they think we ain't shit.
And black has been so negativized as a color down throughout history by those who wanted to negativize it. And so it spilled over into the black community, into the black people. And even black people back in the day calling each other black was a sign for a fight or something like that. Because
can you still hear it or is it too low?
No, I can hear it.
Okay, is it loud enough though? Can you ask everybody?
Yeah, I can hear it clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've been so negativized, like black was just so negative. So I resent being called an African American because black people have contributed so much to the development of the United States of America.
I agree. I think, be called what you want to be
now,
called.
this guy speaking is gay, first off. He's biracial, second off. So him saying that he's a Black American is not the same as me saying it. Okay, I do know that we are multi-race, but someone that's half something, they can go both ways at any time.
They can cross over.
Yeah, they can cross over. So he's gonna sit up here and say he's a Black American, though. But I just wanted to let you know who he is. He's some reality what do you call it? Radio host. What's his name? Jason. They just call him Jason. But just listen to him. Again, he's biracial though. And he hates being called biracial, but he gets more rights not to be called mulatto or biracial more than we have as far as choosing our identity. Think about that.
Oh, don't call me Negro. Don't call me color. Don't call me none of that bullshit. Call me half-breed. Don't call me mulatto. Don't just call me Jason or call me Black. I'm fine with that. Well, no, you can't say, hey, Black. But you know what I mean? Like, I identify as being a Black American. And until I have more education on why I should identify other, that's what it is.
So this is awkward for me because Smokey Robinson is a legend and he started.
Mind you, this is the half Cuban, half Haitian, someone that did not build this country, someone that came here off of the fumes of the civil rights and everything that we've done. And she's sitting up here saying this.
Off correctly. And then started just negativizing and making up things, and then went left real fast. So I agree with him, but he took a detour that I can't really sponsor. So let's talk about facts, since that's not what happened in the last clip. The facts of the matter are African American is a very beautiful and should be celebrated ethnicity group, guys. Same way being Ashkenazi Jewish is an ethnicity. We talked about that with Whoopi before. Being African American is an ethnicity that only belongs to Black Americans who are from this land and who, like, families and ancestors actually built this country. So African American is actually an ethnicity that belongs to you guys. So everybody on this show is Black. We're all Black Americans, but I'm actually not African American. And so
here she is telling us who is who. They got a big issue. These immigrants come here and say, you're this. We're going to use your term that you never gave up, but we want to use that term for us now.
Designated for you is the African American term. You can't get away from that. You'll use that name whether or not you like it. I have a problem with these people. I have a problem with these Pan-Africans. I have a problem with Africans that are a part of the ECOWAS, which is 17 countries of Western Africa that encompasses Gambia, Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and other places I can't think of right now, but you get it. That region, which is headed by the President Addo of Ghana, he's the president or the chairman of the ECOWAS. So when you hear these different platforms, I've noticed because I've been studying for a good 2 years in these platforms, Pan-African platforms and African platforms, they all come from the ECOWAS region. And those are the ones, now this woman, she's not from that region, but she's a Haitian. And some strange reason, even though they are not Commonwealth under Britain rule, somehow all Haitians are bonkers when it comes to our identity. They're bonkers. But the primary issue that I have most of all is Jamaicans that claim to be Pan-Africans. I see that they are dumb as fuck. They're possessed with thinking that they should be able to tell us who we are. And like I said, she's half Haitian. Who is she to us? Who is this half Haitian, half Cuban person saying anything about what we think? She shouldn't be called or using Black American or African American. That box that says other that you're supposed to fill out, they never use it. So I don't think the numbers are correct as far as our numbers, because these deceitful frauds have been utilizing, like she said, Black American or African American. So if they're using the name and hitting that check off box, how many of us are really here? But what they're doing is they're erasing the legitimacy of our ethnicity, is what they're doing. They're making it null and voided. And so that's why it's very important that we listen to Smokey Robinson's argument, because he got the right mindset for what is going on right now. But listen to what she says, how she tells us what's it's going to be. She's got to be about 27 years old.
Actually built this country. So African Americans.
Let me go back a little bit more so you can hear it again, because I disrupted it.
This is awkward for me because Smokey Robinson is a legend, and he started off correctly and then started just negativizing and making up things, and they went left real fast. So I agree with him, but he took a detour that I can't really sponsor. So let's talk about facts, since that's not what happened in the last clip. The facts of the matter are African American is a very beautiful and should be celebrated ethnicity group.
To who? It should be celebrated to who? Who tells us what to celebrate?
It's the same way being Ashkenazi Jewish is an ethnicity. We talked about that with Whoopi before. Being African American is an ethnicity that only belongs to Black Americans who are from this land and who, like families and ancestors, actually built this country. So African American is actually an ethnicity that belongs to you guys. So everybody on this show is Black. We're all Black Americans, but I'm actually not African American. And so the first thing I want to say is, if
she's not a Black American either. She's not shared our same experience. We don't know how long. I mean, even she got here in the last 30, 40 years, she's not had the weight and the struggle of what our bloodline went through here. She chose to come. And yes, it is fucked up in Haiti and Cuba and everywhere else, but you chose to come. You pro'd and conned the differences of staying versus going, or your parents did, and they brought you here, and now you're here. And these same people that just recently got here, 40, 50 years, are acting as if they have more claim to the name than we do. Because we're steadily trying to reinvent ourselves. Oh, I want to be a Moor. I want to be an Israelite. I want to be an Indian. I want to be everything else but just a Black American indigenous to America, and stand on it. I don't mind when people use another secondary identity, but I don't think it should take the place of American first. And I think that when you're allowing immigrants to rock the American term more than you, and you're tricked out of claiming your heritage and lineage of America, they played you like a little bitch. You are being holed out for everyone else to say, we're the new Americans. We're the new Black American. We're going to be a better version of you.
Let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Let me ask you a question. I want to know, do you know of any people that celebrate Black History Month? And I'm talking about people that's from other Caribbean islands and Puerto Ricans and all of them, because they claim to be, they like to say they're half African, but when it comes to celebrating anything dealing with African, right? Mm-hmm. They're never nowhere around. And I want to know, why is it that the only ones that's being made to be called African are Americans? Because I don't hear other people putting saying that I'm African Puerto Rican. No, you only claim that when it benefits you, but you don't say that you're African Puerto Rican, because the last time that I checked, because I worked in human resources before, they'd be the first one to put white.
Yes, they do. And the reason why is because it's an agenda here in America. Like I said, they're trying to colonize us to Africa. And Frederick Douglass warned us in the Lessons of the Hour. I'm sure you heard that snippet of the reenactment of his speech that he did in 1894 called The Lessons of the Hour. And he let it be known that back then, when what he did, which was brilliant, he let us know through his speeches what was going on in that time. And he basically let it be known, like, look, there's a new thing going on with these elites. They have something called colonization. They're calling that stuff American Colonization Society. They are asking the recently freed slaves to go to Liberia and Sierra Leone, and they're offering to pay for it. And so I believe it was about 11,000 or 13,000 that ultimately decided to take on the offer to go to Sierra Leone and Liberia by the graces of the monies for them to go. But he knew that it was a sinister thing because it's in the name, American Colonization Society. They colonized them to Africa. And he said that that plan back then is still going on today, and that plan is going to always keep reemerging because that's ultimately what they're trying to do. Think about it, like I said in the last interview with you, that we're the only ones that's not colonized. That's 3 blacks here. Everybody else that's black is colonized either through France. Haiti is colonized by France, or left. Basically, they got left for what they did in the war and ostracized. That's why they are not able to get off their feet. They owe so much money, or they owed so much money to get the stain of France off of them. But the world, the powers that be, makes it hard for Haiti to see the light of day because they won't have trade with them. They sanction them. They kill off their president. They have coups or whatever the hell they decide to do. Right now, they're having hunger issues. They're having very high skyrocketed gas issues. There's violence going on, rapes going on, kidnappings going on right now as we speak. People are trying to get the fuck out of Haiti. It's bad. But I'm saying that every other black group of people, especially Jamaicans and other Africans, are part of the Commonwealth, which means that the Empire of Britain colonized those countries. And so they do what the queen or the lineage of that empire tells them to do. And that's why I said that when Marcus Garvey came over here and all these other so-called Caribbeans came over here, they didn't come over here on their own. They came here because they were sent. They were sent. Marcus Garvey was sent, and this Henry Sylvester Williams was sent from Trinidad that started the Pan-African Conference back in 1900 of London. the first conference ever in London. And of course, back in the 1900s, it was not favorable because slavery was just over with, what, like 15, 20 years prior to that. And they're like having a conference, inviting people to come over there to talk about Pan-Africanism, because that's what they planned to try to ensnare us mentally.
Mm-hmm.
And so you started seeing these Marcus Garveys, Henry Sylvester, then you've seen the Barbados guy, Prince Hall, that came from Barbados, showed up from nowhere, talking about he used the term African American back then. Africa wasn't Africa when slavery started. It changed because of colonization.
Mm-hmm.
African is a colonized word. Diaspora is a colonized word. And because we won the war, the Civil War, which caused us to have independence away from Britain when they had 13 colonies, we were able to be freed up from the colonization of Britain. And they never got over it. They never got over it. That's why you see these people in our faces today acting as if they're still the, what do you call it? What's those people called that's overseers? They're the overseers. They're trying to be our handlers and overseers today. Mm-hmm. The same goal that they had back when Frederick Douglass exposed it in 1894 is the same thing that they're doing today. And they're acting as if this is so lovely. Marcus Garvey had the blueprint. He was a fraud. He got called out by the Americans here. He got deported. He was first jailed, then he was deported to Jamaica, and then he ended up dying, I believe, in England. How he ended up in England and not stayed his ass?
Do you know what year that is? Do you know what year that was?
Look it up. I'll look it up.
Okay.
But yeah, he did not die in America. And Marcus Garvey was sent, like I said. And that's the beginning of understanding propaganda and agents. He was an agent. Marcus Garvey, bar none, let me look it up, was an agent. Let's see. Marcus Messiah Garvey Sr., ONH, was a Jamaican political activist, publisher, journalist, entrepreneur, and orator. He was the founder and first president general of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, that's a lot, through which he declared himself provisional president of Africa. He died in 1940 in London. He was born in 1887, right after the declaration of, well, the speech that Frederick Douglass did in 1894. Or no, he was born before that. Okay. He let me see what else it says. Is there anything else? What other question did you have about him?
No, that was it. I just wanted to know what year that was.
He died in 1940.
Okay. Thank you.
And like I said, he was all of a sudden invited to come to America. At that time, there was already Freemasonry already embroiled in those days through Prince Hall and others like that. Those people that claimed to be abolitionists.
Yeah.
Frederick Douglass was the only one that stayed clear of that. That's why he did a speech exposing them. And he was a slave that turned to be a spokesperson for us, an advocate for us, and a abolitionist for us and whatnot. I mean, he was a thorough guy. He said, I'm going to make speeches for them to follow throughout the years to catch up and know what the truth is instead of the deception of what's going on here that I'm seeing, in other words. So he knew that people were playing nice, but tricking people to believe in going back to Africa as an option, knowing full well it was not going to end well. And his speech outright says, if you can't make it here, you can't make it nowhere. You know, this is it. This your home. Whatever happened a long time ago with an ancestor, you're mixed now. You know, you're an American now. Accept that. Stop going back and forth, scattered brained, thinking of somewhere else to go and not dedicated to where you are. And that's the mindset that I have. It's like, I don't give a fuck about Africa. I don't hate Africans, but I don't care. It's not a priority to care about Africa because I don't know it. I don't care to know it. It's not important. I need to survive in America. And I'm sorry that people get offended, but it would be different if the Africans didn't want to come here, but they do. And they're fighting tooth and nail to get here. Lottery.
Yeah, that's another weird thing. Y'all talking about some, we need to go to Africa, but Africa is coming here. That makes no sense. Something is not right.
They're replacing us. You know, speaking of which, I think I can transition to something else that just happened. I don't know if you heard about this Latina who was caught on a leak video talking greasy about taking over districts to box out blacks and to gain power and keep us at the lower tier forever. I
mean, being that you said that, like where I live, a lot of Spanish speaking people have told Black people that we are beneath them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So why is this? Like I'm telling y'all, Black Caucus is an immigration agency now. It flipped in the last 40 so years ago. It was about the Negroes, and then when that Sheila Lee came into power, she flipped it. And the agenda has been flipped. And all she's talking about now is Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
All she's talking about now is immigration.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very weird that this tape would leak and they ain't said nothing about it. But they steadily talking about a brown and Black coalition. When this leak, let me find it. And you know, if they don't say nothing about it and play dumb, it is what it is. This is what they're doing to us. This is what I mean about being boxed out. They're in cahoots with one another. They have more hate for us than to care about being dragged or having one Black guy being, disrespected by this leaked video.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care nothing about Black. They care about power, and they care about making sure that we don't get power no more. They want to make sure that we stay on the outside looking in.
All the, folks, like where that's going.
So you might have a hard time understanding it. I'll try to play another video for it to be explained better, but this is kind of muffled a little.
Yeah, it is.
But it will sound better with this other video coming up.
All the, folks, like where that's going. He did call me. He wants to have breakfast with me.
What is taking him so long?
I haven't. Just said, hey, and we need to
so
talk.
The one that you need to pay attention more so is the woman speaking. That's the one that has the vowel tongue. And she is the one that's talking about taking a hostile takeover over the district in LA. And she's like saying, before the Blacks find out about it, we need to move and do this and that and the other. But just listen to what you'll hear, glimpses of what she's saying more so than what he's saying.
You supported him from the.
Alright, don't worry, I got you. So you'll start seeing them line up.
Whatever the kid's name is, it's like the oddest thing. It's like Black and brown on this float, and then there's this white guy and a little Black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has no. They're not doing it. Yeah, no, they're not doing. The kid is bouncing off the effing wall on the floor, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. I see Chanquito. And I'm just like, oh my God. What? They're raising him like a little white kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back.
Yeah.
¿Se me entiendes? Ven para acá.
Yeah.
She's cackling for a reason because she's, revealing her true intentions and whatnot. She's having a good time. And what's happening is she's talking about a Black boy that was adopted by a white family. And she's basically saying that, look at him looking like a monkey.
Ooh.
And yeah, and he's out of order. Let me have Adam. I'll take him in the alley or somewhere around the corner and get him together. But called him a monkey, and was basically talking about the strategy of basically boxing us out while they take over the LA district for good. And so, I'm gonna play a better.
In LA ain't saying nothing about this at all.
It just happened yesterday, I believe, and there's more people talking about it. I'll play a better video in just a second. I just want you to hear her before I play the other one. But this is kind of like a new, fresh leaked so-called Latino elected member of the city of Los Angeles County, and how she was strategizing to make sure that we would never ever see power again under her strategy of trying to box us out. Hold on, let me let this thing go by.
I don't live in LA and I'm mad.
I'm mad too, because this is the type of stuff that they've been doing though. And this is what we need to be mad about though. And talking about this, this black and brown coalition, they feed off of us like vultures. And you don't see them turn around saying, what about all these black people being killed, disrespected? No, they don't care. But so long as they rock with the coalition of black and brown, they benefit off of everything that we get. So that we essentially are null and voided out by them leeching off of us. And this is what I mean about being boxed out. Because it's like, if you don't take care of yourself more than others are taking care of you, then what do you expect? Because they're not going to give you the same energy they're giving themselves. But we're being told, oh, you got to think about everybody else too. Why?
Mm-hmm. So anyways, getting back to redistricting.
Yeah, let's go Cape Town.
Yes. I see a lot of little short people.
Yeah, puro Oaxacan Korean. Not even like Quebec, little ones.
I know, it's like, I don't know where these people are from. I was like, I don't know what minutes they came, how they got here, but.
And so they're wearing shoes.
So I get what we have to do, right? Is massage to create districts that benefit you all, right, and the future. But we got to figure out Mark's seat too. That benefits you.
So you're talking about a seat of one of the people that they're hoping that he's going to resign or somehow get fired. They're like strategizing. Well, what about that seat? We need that seat too.
Mm-hmm. If the African Americans look at this, now that he might or may not be suspended, I don't know what's going to happen. He should be, but anyhow, if he goes away.
You mean resign, not suspended?
No,
you're right. Actually, yeah, there is a difference. If he resigns, if he resigns and the African Americans look at this as a hostile takeover because he's gone, we'll have to figure that shit out, because politically they're going to.
If they perceive this as a hostile takeover, then we'll have to figure that out. But no one's figuring it out because they're too busy thinking dumbly about the wrong topic while she is being the leech queen that she is.
Yeah, but can I say something right now? And it's what I call the Wizard of Oz effect. What I mean by the Wizard of Oz effect is when you're at the side of the curtain.
Can you still hear it? Is it hard? Eunice, are you there?
I'm here. I had to step away right quick. Yeah, I can hear it.
Is it good enough though to hear, or is it not loud enough?
No, it's not enough. I can hear it.
Can you ask the audience, because I can go to another video if it's not good enough?
Okay, hold on.
Democracy Now! Breaks it down a little bit better. Maybe I'll have to play that because she has a nice playing channel. I'll play that and go back to the secret leak, because she plays a little bit of it too, and she breaks down what's being said too, so maybe you guys can understand it better. Here we go.
To democracy. Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations General Assemblies voted overwhelmingly to condemn Russia's annexation of 4 territories seized from Ukraine after Russia's military invaded in February.
Maybe. Oh, that's the wrong one. What the hell happened? Heifer? Okay. Hold on for a sec. Here we go. I don't know how I got to that other video. That was weird. My phone be doing some really weird things. I don't have no control sometimes. It's weird. Okay. She's about to break this down. You know, luckily, you know, some of these white people be enjoying taunting us with the news, though. Listen to how happy she gets to tell it.
Well, we begin today's show looking at the growing political scandal in Los Angeles. On Monday, the president of the Los Angeles City Council, Nury Martinez, resigned from her leadership post after she was caught on tape using racist language against indigenous people in the city and for describing the black son of a city council member as a little monkey. Martinez made the comments last year during a conversation discussing redistricting with Los Angeles City Council members Kevin De Leon and Gil Cedillo, as well as Ron Herrera, the head of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, who also resigned last night. It's unclear who recorded the call or who leaked it to the media, but it comes just weeks before voters head to the polls in Los Angeles to pick a new mayor. The scandal has put a spotlight on tension between Latinx and Black political leaders in Los Angeles. In one part of the phone call, Nury Martinez can be heard talking about the adopted son of fellow Democratic council member Mike Bonin. Bonin's white, his son is Black. She accused Bonin handling his son as if he were a, quote, accessory like a purse, and she describes the boy as changuito, which translates as little monkey. Listen carefully.
Like the oddest thing, it said black and brown on this float. And then there's this white guy with this little black kid who's misbehaved. Este niño has no, they're not doing that. Yeah, no, they're not doing, the kid bouncing off the effing wall on the float, practically tipping it over. There's nothing you can do to control him. I say changuito. And I'm just like, oh my God. They're raising him like a little white kid, which I was like, this kid needs a beat down. Like, let me take him around the corner and then I'll bring him back. Yeah. ¿Sí me entiendes? Ven para acá. So anyways, getting back to redistricting.
In another part of the call, Nury Martinez is heard talking about Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon, saying, quote, F that guy, he's with the blacks. Martinez is also heard, along with Gil Cedillo, commenting about indigenous people from Central America that live in Koreatown. She describes them as short, dark people, then uses a Spanish term, tan feos, to say they're ugly.
Yeah, let's go K-Town.
Yes. I see a lot of little short, dark people.
Yeah, puro Oaxacan Koreans. Not even like Kevin, little one.
Like, so I don't know where these people are from. I was like, I don't know what village they came, how they got here, but.
And so they're wearing shoes.
So I get what we have to do, right? Just massage to create districts that benefit you all, right, and the future. But we got to figure out Mark's seat too. You know, that benefits you three.
The last voice was Ron Herrera, who resigned yesterday as head of the LA County Federation of Labor. The Los Angeles Times editorial board is now calling for all 3 city council members heard on the call to resign: Nury Martinez, Kevin De Leon, and Gil Cedillo. We're joined now by 2 guests. Melina Abdullah is co-founder.
Now, it's obvious that they're racist against us. And for the Black Caucus not to be even pretending like they're upset shows you how far they'll go to maintain that relationship to keep us up out of what we need to do as far as recognition or any type of legislation or anything. We don't have shit going on for us. In fact, Yvette Carnell was on yesterday showcasing what had happened with this evil, wicked bitch, Latina woman. And she's like, always too late. They're always too late. Oh, well, we got to get ourselves together. I'm working on those chapters, though. Bitch, you ain't doing nothing. You claimed 2 years ago you had a lawyer, but you ain't submitted nothing, no legislation, no pact, no lobbyists, no nothing. They're all governmental agents. That's what I know. Because if they had to do anything, they would be doing like these other people are doing. They have real PACs, they have real lobbyists, they have real money. They're going for legislation, they're going to be heard, and they're utilizing the Black Caucus against us. They're using the Black Caucus for their shit. How does the Black Caucus now become an immigration office? But that's exactly what it has turned out to be, an immigration office. That's why I wrote against the Black Caucus. I saw it. I was like, these motherfuckers are lining us up. All I keep hearing is Ghana, 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 Ghana. What the fuck is going on? Okay, let me play something else. Now, this is an interesting clip. This comes from the African diaspora, which of course is Pan-African bullshit. In this commentary of, let me see, where is that at? This woman, okay. The CBC wants us to focus on helping Black migrants. Can you believe it? The CBC, which is the Black Caucus, is telling us that our focus should be on helping Black migrants, not ourselves. Oh, we ain't good enough to help. We just need to be cheerleaders for everybody else's shit. But listen to this, and I want you to hear the person bringing this video, how she is stabbing herself in the foot to say, well, what about us? If we're helping everybody else, then we're kind of asking ourselves out, okay? But I understand the premise because I'm Pan-African. It can't be both. It can't be both. It's one or the other. It's either help yourself or don't help yourself. So listen to this ridiculousness. Pan-Africans are the biggest problem yet.
Reds, a brand owned by a former teacher
Hold on,
and Black American free. Check out
YouTube and a proud contributor of the
and honors our lineage at www.morethreads.com.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Demetra K of the Demetra K Show here on YouTube and a proud contributor of the African Diaspora News Channel. If you could please do me a favor and subscribe to all channels and like this video, I would greatly appreciate it. So not too long ago, the Congressional Black Caucus met to discuss a whole host of things. And one of the things that they discussed was that of Black immigration. Now, the panel was hosted by that of MSNBC host Joy Reid, and Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley also helped usher in the conversation. Now, Representative Pressley basically said that Black immigrants coming from Africa and the Caribbean and other places are not treated the same as people who would come from other places like Cuba, Mexico, and things like that. And so she also called ICE and Border Patrol racist and rogue due to how they treat Black immigrants. Now, most infamously, we remember last year where Haitians were treated very horribly on the border by Texas Border Patrol, where we saw the Border Patrol men on the backs of horses, and they were using their whip, not necessarily on the people, but to corral the Haitians, and they were in the water. It was a horrible sight, right? And so she says something needs to be done about that. There needs to be some sort of equality to make sure that they are treated correctly. Of course, we know that immigrants come over all the time. You have Ukrainians and Afghans and Hispanics and everybody else, they get set up very nicely, but let a boat of Haitians try to come over here. They're trying to push the boat back, right? So I think, okay, yeah, they should address that. Now, a woman who she is the executive director of a Black organization that helps immigrants
by the name of Nana Jiamfai. I hope that's how you say it. I think that's how you say her name. She said this, which I was like, okay, all right. She said this: Black immigrant justice is justice for African Americans. There is no.
How is that justice for us? We're not migrants, refugees, or immigrants. As they're being helped out, placed in housing, apartments, we're becoming homeless, barely able to find a goddamn tent. You know? And they're saying, oh, the same issues that they have, you should be concerned too because you're the same as them. That's a lie that we need to be upset about. And that's what I be talking about, claiming your American identity and fighting with these clowns that's telling you that you're not. Anyone that tells me I'm not an American, you're my enemy, flat out. People that tell me that I'm not indigenous to America and that I'm not from America, you're my enemy, you bitch.
I need for them to prove to me then if I'm not American, if I wasn't born here, you need to tell me where am I born at then.
We ain't born nowhere else but here. I've been here I've been here going on 51 years. You got me fucked up if you think I'm gonna put above Africa now. After all this fucking time, you got me fucked up.
She said this, which I was like, okay, all right. She said this: Black immigrant justice is justice for African Americans. There is no separation. If African Americans are under the delusion that you can somehow be separate from Black immigrants, 20% of your population, and build power in this country, please drop that delusion immediately. And it's like, all right,
you see how they talk to us? Drop that delusion. Like I said, I have a problem with these men because they're so scatterbrained and they don't understand how much disrespect that we're being shown time and time again. And the more I point out the truth, the more people are not subscribing. The more people are not sharing my video. The more people are labeling me as anti-African. It's like, no, I'm not regulating you over there in Africa. I'm sorry what's going on over there. I'm sorry what's going on in Haiti, Jamaica, wherever, but I didn't cause it. And they're saying, well, your government did a lot. And the government did a lot to us too. Okay?
Yeah, oh yeah, most definitely.
We as Black Americans ain't did shit to nobody. But we're now being scapegoated for every woe around the globe. And they're like, oh, you don't really need your reparations because you've been living off the hog. You've been living in America all this time off of the thievery of the government. But our folks earned what
I was about to say that. That's a slap in our ancestor face, isn't it?
We didn't earn it though. Our ancestors built this country, free labor, stolen land, and all the other things that they did to us with the bombings and the fires and the lynching and being fed to alligators and this and that and the other.
Oh, yeah.
We earned it. But people are trying to say, oh, that's so long ago. That doesn't apply to you. Bitch, it does. Like, have you ever heard someone tell a Jewish person today that the Holocaust was so long ago it doesn't apply to you today?
Facts.
But they want to say somehow what our ancestors did was so long ago it doesn't apply to you.
Mm-hmm.
And they want to put us in the box of being slaves of old. Like, bitch, we fought the civil rights, or, the civil rights and the Civil War. We're not slaves no more. We were emancipated. We became Americans after everything else we done did. We're not going back to the status of a goddamn slave. But Pan-Africans and Africans are trying to liken us back to that time of being slaves. And that's what I have a problem with, because they see us as slaves.
So that the so-called quote unquote African Americans to go to Africa to only be enslaved by our own people in Africa because we do not know of that land. I'm trying to understand.
The thing is that you don't have no relative over there. I don't either. I mean, my brother married a Ugandan woman. Okay. He has a son that's half Ugandan. I've never met him. That's a long story. but I have never seen him, and he's like 9 years old. I don't have a problem with him being half Ugandan. I wish I would have been in his life earlier so that he could talk better than what he's sounding like on the phone when I heard him maybe 7-8 months ago. He sounded like he was struggling with English because he's half, his mom is Ugandan and he has like an accent. And he was like, I was like, do you read books? Is your mom reading to you? She's a nurse, she's busy. And, and I was just like, I wish I was there to like talk to him when he was younger so that I would have helped his voice out, because he would have heard me and took more of a sounding tone like I have. But I was unable to do so. I don't have a problem, though, that I have a half Ugandan nephew. But that doesn't mean I'm going to throw away my identity because my brother is banging a Ugandan woman. Do I have to drop everything because he made a baby with her? What the fuck? And it's so ridiculous because people think that we should be big ass pushovers to just be able to be submitted by anyone at any time for any agenda, and no one is mad about it but me. I've been hella pissed about this. I've been really pissed about it for at least 2 years that I noticed. But again, listen to this bitch, this bald-headed bitch talking about you just like the migrants. You settle down, be happy for the black migrants we trying to help to bring over here. But what about that back to Africa though talk? You can't take those motherfuckers over there? Since it's so good for us to go over there, why don't you advocate for them going? But that's not going to happen because they know what's waiting there in Africa and they want us to experience that. What it is that they want us to become the new refugees, migrants, immigrants in Africa and ask ourselves out from the status of being America. Even though we're not all the way protected, we have more protection here as an American than as a migrant or refugee or African. It's like, I feel for y'all, but do I want to become you to feel you better? No.
Your population and build power in this country. Please drop that delusion immediately. And it's like, all right, sis, let me just, be as nice as I can about that. First of all, Black people over here are having a hard enough time securing anything for ourselves. And so you want us to say, hey, which I don't disagree with that. I think the premise
she didn't even finish her sentence, and she's already about to debunk what she's about to say because she's a Pan-African. Let's go back, just listen to a little bit better. Listen how fast she says the premise after saying we're struggling here, but the premise, oh yeah, we all are in on it. Well, listen to this. Double talk, flip-flopping bitch.
Immediately. And it's like, all right, sis, let me just, be as nice as I can about that. First of all, Black people over here are having a hard enough time securing anything for ourselves. And so you want us to say, hey, which I don't disagree with that. I think the premise of what she's saying is correct. But do you read the newspapers and do you see that Black people are amongst the most homeless in America? And yet we supposed to just say, okay, we got more people coming over here, more, Black people from everywhere else. Let's drop what we're doing and try to help them get set up. Now, ideally, we should all be set up, I would think. And I agree that Black immigrants that come over here should be treated decently and fairly like everybody else is. I do not disagree with that at all. But what I do disagree with is that she is trying to put that on the backs of Black people in America who are already at the bottom of the totem pole. That's right. The equivalent of us having a drop of soup, and she's saying, well, you know what? You don't have to come up off of that drop and help everybody else. It's like, well, if I do that, then what will I have? It's almost like, to me, it's very tone deaf and insensitive. And again, I'm not saying we shouldn't help everybody else. I'm a Pan-African.
Again, she canceled what she just said. Just that quick. I understand we got to help everybody. Who got to help everybody else? Who is this helper for everybody else? We're not Martin Luther King. We're not Jesus. We're not sacrificial lambs for everybody else, but yet that's the role in which they have made us into. Listen to how fast she sounded. Real good. She was sounding like she was on our side, and as quickly as she gave it to us, she gave it away.
Us having a drop of soup, and she's saying, well, you know what? You don't have to come up off of that drop and help everybody else. It's like, well, if I do that, then what will I have? It's almost like, to me, it's very tone deaf and insensitive. And again, I'm not saying we shouldn't help everybody else. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm going to say that right now. I think we should help our Black people around the world, but man.
Help them do what? Live off of us? And then we become homeless and missing teeth, hair, homes. You ain't going to be happy until we look like that? What the fuck's going on here? This is what I'm saying. This bitch can't represent me. Pan-Africans can't represent me. They're double-minded, double-talking, flip-flopping ass hoes. And they're like, we gotta love everybody. Bitch, you better take your ass up out of my face real quick. Okay, so let's listen to more of this bullshit.
Around the world, but man, I think we need to help ourselves first.
You think?
Y'all tell me what you think of this. And for more insightful commentary, please.
You think we should be helping some. You don't know, though, but you think. You don't know. That's something we got to do. Fuck this Pan-African because it's got my mind watered down. I'm going to help my fucking people. No, I'm Pan-African. The premise is we got to help everybody. Well, what happened to us helping ourselves? Just that quick. It went away.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Pan-Africans are detrimental to us, in my opinion, because you lose sight of focus of fighting for your own rights to survive. You're giving up your rights to survive to everyone else that decides to come and abuse you. Africans, Haitians, Jamaicans, Mexicans, Cubans, Venezuelans, and whoever they are that come here. Oh, you gotta love everybody. They're all struggling and having such a bad time. But then when we're like in mass numbers struggling ourselves, ain't no one gonna come to our rescue. We're gonna be the new faces of refugees and migrants if we don't get a hold of this message. And that's my point. So why is everybody expecting us to be the fucking sacrifice for everybody? And I've been saying this, like they literally have been behind the scenes talking amongst themselves about how they can utilize us for their benefit and us be asked out, while on the social media talking about we brothers and sisters, we should be loving one another. Kumbaya, my Lord. I love you, my sister and brother. Kumbaya, my Lord. Bitch. They're playing us for real. And it's so frustrating because like I see it and I try not to get so upset because I've been seeing it. And I've been waiting for people to catch up to this. But unfortunately, when people catch up to what I'm saying, it's always too late. Like, imagine I wrote my Caucus, Black Caucus a year ago, talking about Ghana specifically. And what's going on now with Ghana? Let's get to Ghana real quick. Ghana is so in trouble with their economy. So in trouble that they have all their eggs in the basket pertaining to us. Like, who in the fuck designates you to be their savior without even bothering to know if that's what we want to be?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to hear what he said 6 months ago, though, when this reporter was clowning President Otto about their economy and saying, hey, you're not doing too good with this new e-levy and that Ghana card that you just implemented. You having a rough time. And this 6 months ago, it's worse than it was then. Now they're in big trouble. And we'll get to that in a minute. But listen to this. Start it.
If I look at the Ghanaian economy at the moment, it's doing I mean, let's just be honest. It's doing terribly.
Not terribly.
Well, when you your inflation in your country, inflation in Ghana.
I don't know the economy in the world that's doing well. Tell me
inflation in Ghana,
where you are here.
Inflation in Ghana.
The highest inflation.
Well, 15.7%. The Ghanaian cedi has fallen 20% on the dollar. The worst after Russia, which has a lot of sanctions against it.
It's began to firm up. It's began to firm up. We're seeing the cedi systematically appreciating against the dollar.
People still can't employ. I was just reading today. People in the hospitality industry that you're pushing so hard. Having to lay their staff off. We've got taxi driver unions threatening strikes because of spiraling fuel costs. I mean, it doesn't look like a place that I want to go and put my money.
Where will you put your money in the world today? Where will you put your money? In Britain, which is suffering the worst standard of living statistics for over 30 years? Is that where? Is it? I think let's situate ourselves correctly. The world is going through very difficult times. Ghana is no exception. Nigeria is no exception. There's no country in the world that is escaping the ravages of both COVID-19 and also the impact of the...
Again, he says conveniently that the COVID is the reason why they're off track. That's a lie. He used that as a cover. They've been swindling and storing and stealing all these monies that they've been borrowing, all these projects that they've been signing up for with China and other folks lending them money all over the place. And they're like, oh, we got all this money, but we got to put it on something. Oh, COVID. Oh, that's when things became fucked up. COVID. We weren't prepared for that. But no, he had already stole money way before COVID. And that's why I don't trust him. I don't like him. I know that he is someone that's trying to be predatory against us. But me pointing it out somehow is deemed inappropriate. But like it's okay for us to be preyed upon, though. It's okay for us to be taken advantage of, though. Where are these men at that's supposed to be like, enough is enough? We're not going for this. Fuck you, Ghana. Stay in your lane. We're not paying shit for what you're going through. But listen to him.
What you need to look at are where are the elements being put on the ground that look beyond the COVID and beyond the Russia-Ukraine. And I think you'll find that in Ghana, the recovery program that we have is one that is considered very credible. And it is what is going to give us the opportunity to come out of this period a stronger economy. And it is that future that we're looking at when we're attracting people.
Let's talk about one of the structures that you say you've put in place. The levy, a lot of people are calling it a stealth tax on people who already are impoverished. It's a 1.5% tax on people who do business on their mobile phones. So they use their mobile phones to send money or to...
The digital economy, the mobile economy.
Yes, but you're taxing people on money that has already been taxed.
It's the biggest economy in is emerging as the biggest economy in the country. And for a long period has not had any taxation at all. So it is important now that they also come into the net. Our country has one of the lowest tax to GDP ratios of any country in West Africa and of an equivalent economy. The ECOWAS area, the general average today, tax to GDP average is about 18%. Ghana, we're at 13%. Consider this if you're talking about a country which is already overtaxed, if anything at all, is undertaxed.
Okay, let me take you up on that point. On your low tax ratio to GDP. I'm just going to read this quote to you. It's from John Kwache, who I'm sure you might know is the director of research at the Accra-based Institute for Economic Affairs. He says there are several loopholes in our tax system that if they are plugged, will be able to raise our tax to GDP ratio to something like 20% from the 12% that you're talking about. Are you speaking to experts like him?
There's a recognition
he says that there's no need for the e-levy.
Well, that's his point of view.
He's an expert.
But he's an expert. They're experts in government as well, and we think it's necessary. And that's the reason why
you think it's necessary to tax people who are already impoverished?
They're not already impoverished. We're talking about people. We're talking about taxing an industry and transactions where a lot of value is being created, and we want to also bring that value into government coffers. I think that is something that is very. It's nothing so and. E-levy, it's not Ghana, it's the only country that has something like mobile attack, a digital tax. Many countries, they will not like it.
Because they're already taxing people who do business online, and then you are taxing as well.
People never like taxes. I don't know any group of people, especially businesses, when tax.
He's double dipping taxing folks. And this was 6 months ago. The economy of Ghana is worse than when he sat his ass up there looking like the praying mantis that he is, scoffing about how they were getting their shit together. The e-levy is having difficulties now. Now they're talking about a Pan-African card. Now the let me find an article if I can in relation to Ghana. And the reason why I focus on Ghana is because they're the one that's predatory to us. They're the ones that's luring us, telling us to trust them, and we're, family of old. We should be loving one another when they have in mind to basically take advantage of us and make our life a living hell, becoming debt slaves. And this is what I wanted to point out over a year ago, and people were like, "You're hateful," but I'm right. So is it hateful for them to try to make me a debt slave for loans that they took out and they're splurging upon every damn day? Is that hateful? They ain't got no words for that though. But me talking about it somehow is hateful. So this right here is Ghana Web News. Breaking. Ghana CD is worst performing currency against US dollar. This is today's article. Or no, it was back in October 7th, rather. Excuse me, October 7th. It says the Ghana CD has recently been experiencing rapid depreciation against major trading currencies, especially against the United States dollar. No wonder they want your dollars to go to Ghana to make a difference with their CD. Hello. They say, the woes of the national currencies have taken another hit with a World Bank report classifying the Ghana CD as the worst performing currency in Africa against the US dollar. The Africa Pulse report noted that the CD had experienced a 60% depreciation against the dollar as of September 19. The report, which tracked growth prospects and threats to African economies in 2022, also classified Ghana as a debt-distressed country with a debt to GDP ratio expected to surpass 100% by the end of the year, explaining why their depreciation rate is higher than the widely reported 40% figure. Accra-based Joy News report that the bank confirmed to them in the email correspondence that it used a different methodology to track the FX rate of depreciation from the beginning of this year to September 19, 2022. That is why the World Bank arrived at the 60% rate of depreciation compared to 40% if you are working with a 6.17 rate on December 31st and 10.09 in September 22, the Joy News report. So it's gotten worse. They were thinking it would be around 40% inflation. It's about to be over 100. 100%. So let me let you hear someone complaining the Ghanaians how they're living. They're suffering, and they want us to run up over there to make things better. They want us to be the mule as usual. Everybody wants us to be everyone's fucking mule. And it's like, where are these people to be like, look, I'm sorry for y'all's situation, but why don't you talk to Nigeria? Why don't you talk to, you know, all these neighboring riches that y'all got, cobalt, uranium, gold, all these things that you guys flaunt about in our faces about what you done got, but you ain't using to help your situation out better. And I'm supposed to feel bad about pointing out what you're doing or attempting to do against us. I'm supposed to feel bad about alerting my people that, look, when you go over there, they're looking to ensnare your information, including your bank account, in this database. And if it gets hacked, you ain't got no recourse for nothing. But I ain't supposed to say nothing about it because I'm just a good old Negro that needs to stay in her goddamn place and shut the fuck up because they said so. And it's like, what? These men suck. Let me find this. Because they're having problems with porridge. I've never had porridge before. Have you? I don't even know what that tastes like. It looks kind of like cream of wheat, though. Ghanaians, food rates. Have you ever had porridge before? Are you there? I guess you're not there. Ghanaian food rates.
I'm here.
Have you ever had porridge before? Because I never had porridge before.
Porridge? No. Grits? Yes.
Yeah.
Not porridge? No.
Because I only remember that when it comes to the Three Bears. Didn't they have the porridge before?
They had porridge. The Three Bears had porridge, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that tastes like. I wonder if that tastes kind of like cream of wheat. I don't know.
I don't know. It just don't sound appealing to me, so no, I won't be touching
it. Looks
it.
bad though. I'm gonna find. How do you spell porridge? Porridge. Okay, porridge rates increased. Okay. Yeah, they like crying and carrying on about
GK say porridge is just like oatmeal.
It is?
Yeah.
Huh. Never had it. Let me find it. If you have any questions while I look for it, or any comments or anything.
No, I don't have any questions. All I know is all of this is just plain crazy, and it all boils down to, like you and I always talk about and say, we just all need to come together and have come up with our own identity as America, as Black people here in America, and take away that African, take that out.
Yeah, we got to get rid of that. And I'm gonna play after I show this little clip. Now I'm glad you said that, because there was a Jamaican guy that had an issue with me not allowing him to brand me with the African name, and he basically said I was like untamable. Can you believe that? He said
you're untamable.
Untamable.
That's just like him saying that you're uncivilized.
Yeah. And you damn Skippy, I'm untamable. I'm unpimpable. I'm untamable. You're not gonna do too much for too long before I like fuck you and get the fuck on. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay, so here is what they're talking about porridge. They're having a problem.
As prices of fuel continue to rise, coupled with the depreciation, it has become abundantly clear that all aspects of the economy has been affected. Porridge, which is usually the last resort for persons who are hard hit, has also now seen an increase in the price. Usually, with 20 pesos or 50 pesos, one could buy porridge with sugar. But now, that can no longer hold. Porridge no longer sells for 1 cedi with sugar in Bimbila in the Nanumba North municipality. For porridge and sugar, it is now at 1 cedi, 50 pesos and above. Some customers who usually patronize it say the government must do something to ameliorate the sufferings in their country. City News interacted with some customers of forage in Bimbila, and they have been sharing their frustrations with City News.
Oh, now the forage is very, very expensive. Like, oh my, where you buy one city and share it, but now very, very expensive.
How expensive it is.
Hey sis, let me ask you a question right quick.
Hold on. What was that?
Do you see what GK is writing? Could you see the screen?
Let me get my other phone. I haven't had it on for a minute.
Because he said we have only ourselves to blame reaching out to Africa.
Oh yeah, he's right. You know, well, I don't reach out to Africa. I've never reached out to Africa, but I blame the people that have been blum fools to do so, because you kind of like put them ahead of you. They kind of like have been worshiping Africa. That is the issue. Worship of anything over yourself, if it's not God, it's gonna end bad. So it's not us doing it, it's the people that's in power that's been promoting this. But the movement and the trends of this situation happened right after the death of Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. After they died, conveniently, Black Power came to be. Conveniently, all these other movements talking about Kemet, Egypt, Pan-African, everything else but being American seemed to be the thing in which people gravitated to. You have so many so-called scholars out here, right? You have the Sonettas, Jabaris, and all these other fake conscious people that's been sitting on platforms creating this environment of debate that goes nowhere, where you're not doing anything about getting legislation, pacts, and power. And that's what we have been demoted to. Only a handful make good money off of you becoming the dumb birds while they make money off of you being dumb. And I've been trying to point that out. Like, look, they've been playing us for a long freaking time. When are we going to get this? What was I saying I was about to go to after the porridge thing? I forgot. I'm kind of add on the head, to be honest with you. I've been up since 1 o'clock this morning. I'm trying to hang in there as best I can.
I had a question and I forgot what it was. I had a question for you. Shoot.
Okay. Let me see where else I was gonna go. Oh boy. But you see, the problem though with our identity was the pinnacle part when we lost our way with being strong about our identity. Mm-hmm. Others, vultures, agendas came in and sieged us. Now they're like telling us, oh, you're going to be African. You're going to accept that African American term. You're going to be happy about it, bitch. You ain't got no goddamn choice, ho. That's what you called you. That's what you going to be. Like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm going to play this part. Now, this guy, I don't wish a lot of death on people, but I wish people would experience close death encounters, though. Mm-hmm. I wish some of these people that I can't stand would go to the hospital. You know how you get your legs all strapped up and you got your face all covered up in your head and you're like a mummy looking thing, mm-hmm. and you're in the hospital for 3 to 4 months close to death. Some of these people remind me of that they need that to be humble, because some of these Pan-Africans talk to us hella disrespectful. And I want you to hear this Icon Fire. Again, Icon Fire is a so-called Pan-African, a Jamaican living in America, left Jamaica apparently, ain't going back to Jamaica, ain't made it to Africa, but he's telling us how we gonna get our shit together and how he got us, twisted and thinking that he is the authority of us. He thinks that he is supposed to tell us what the fuck to feel like, what we're supposed to say. And I had clashes with him. So much so that I ran up on a panel one time when they were talking shit against us Black Americans being lazy, we ain't no good for nothing, and all this type of talk. I ran on the panel. I cussed everybody out real quick.
I bet you did.
Yeah, you know. And then after I left, here he goes talking about, you don't have no women come on the panel talking to men like that. If I would have had her by myself, I would have had my way with her. Yeah, like I was gonna just be that, you know, hoe for him. Cause, you know, I'm just a typical woman, but I'm on social media acting like I'm not a typical hoe. And so I let it be known, like wherever he is, I don't want this clown in my presence because I don't want my blood pressure that high. I've been working on trying to get my blood pressure back down. And I didn't want him to be the reason why it went too high to like be in jeopardy of, you know, having a heart attack or whatever. So I told this African woman from Cameroon who lives in America, lives in Atlanta. If you're listening, you ho. I told her on her platform when I seen him in the chat room, I said, don't let him up here, because he was asking for the link when he seen me. I said, don't have him up here because it's going to be all bad. I said, he said this. He's very disrespectful. I don't want him in my presence. This is what happened. Yada, 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 yada. And what did she do? She brought him on the panel no matter what, even though I told her a week before not to do so. And he came up on the panel talking crazy, making it seem like I was crazy, but he was talking about he's an extremist when it comes to identity. Like, whose identity? Ours. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. These people are very, let me find my other video. These people are so disrespectful. They don't think that we have a right to choose anything. They think that whatever they say goes. And so far, since we have weak men, such as Nakneezy, who was a proclaimed anti-Pan-African, who was raised to be Pan-African in New York, Brooklyn, who every other time I see him, he's talking about kumbaya, my lord, and then he's like, I'm FBA. You know, fuck Africa like that. But yet, whenever he has a chance to like stand on his square to, you know, swat these clowns, he don't. He sits right next to this clown talking about, you know, aren't we possessions of Africa like slaves of old? And he didn't say shit and say, it didn't get upset. Like if someone gonna tell me I'm possession of Nigerians, like their bronze statues and masks, carved artifacts or whatever, are you gonna sit there gently as they say this shit right in front of your face?
Heck no.
He sat there like it was no big deal. And I was like, are you kidding me? You can't sit up here talking about you got this going and you doing, let me find that. I'm almost there. Let me see. He's annoying as fuck, by the way.
His entire bad.
Okay, let me find it. I'm gonna smoke a joint real quick to get my mind. No, while I let this play.
Oh, she announced it.
It only takes 10 minutes.
And then later on,
Okay, she's talking about me clowning her.
His request, which approved.
Hold on.
And he joined the panel. So this lady basically, it's upset that I had her on the panel.
Okay, she's talking about me, by the way, because she saw the video I did of her. So that's the content or context that I want you to follow.
Very jovial.
So she's about to explain that, and he's about to hop on talking his shit.
Video about me.
Hold on. Almost. Yeah, I did a whole video about you, ho.
On my side, to be honest, I just, it is what it is.
They have their own discussion going on in the chat. I don't know why they're coming for you. Mr. Uganda, no, stop that. I can fire you. I don't even know how to. Don't be saying stuff like that over here.
No, but just let Icon Fire call in because, I feel like it's better just to let him express himself verbally.
No, I'm going to. Don't do that, Icon Fire. I don't even know how to. I don't want anyone like projecting or making assumption or saying stuff like that. You're gonna be respectful. I can't fire because of you. This woman, I don't know, Mr. Uganda. Did you see that for Black Righteous, whatever? She made a whole video about me.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I'm sorry. What happened?
I can't fire. Hosting this live stream is not that easy though. Like some negative kind of like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was just like the negativity outside. It's been apparent. I don't know where it came from today. It was really jovial.
I know.
Very jovial. We were all laughing. And like, I'm just gonna stay away from it. I just blocked the ones who I think are weird, and I just move on.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do too. Because of you, I can fire. This lady made a whole live video about me, insulting me, calling me a B-word, how bad I am, whatever. I'm like, what did I do to you? Because I put him on the panel. She was on the panel with me, right?
She said, what did I do to you? What she did to me is, after hearing me a week before tell her why I did not want to share any space with Icon Fire, she still allowed him on the next week later, against my will. Didn't know he was able to hit the link, and he was up on the panel right next to me, and I lost my mind. Now she's like, I don't know what had happened.
Long time, so I can fire send his invitation, his request, which are approved, and he joined the panel. So this lady basically is upset that I had her on the panel with Can Fire, and she said that she had previously warned me not to never have a Can Fire her presence. So she went into a rant. It's like 45 minutes of insulting me. That day, I had to put her to the backstage because they were arguing back and forth. Really, to be honest with you guys, I don't like negativity. It's kind of like, I don't know, it stresses me. So
if she didn't like negativity, why would she have him on the panel with me when I told her not to, though? You see how they play coy? You see how sneaky they are? And they play dumb, and she sounds so fucking sweet. This shit is annoying to me, because you being fake right here, ho.
In the back, and let a campfire make his point, and then I put a campfire to the back, and let her make. She came and she talked, she insulted him, and she left. The next thing I know, she came under the comment section when the live stream ended, and left a message, very ugly message. I didn't know that. Video popped up on my was recommended to me on YouTube. I clicked on it, and she was basically telling me how fat I am, how stupid and delusional I am. I have to come back on earth. B-word here, B-word there. She was very ugly, unnecessary. I'm like, but I can try.
I'm sorry for that. Like, you didn't deserve that. You're a really nice person. Like, I don't agree with you. Like, literally, like.
Now the guy talking right now before I leave is Mr. Uganda. Okay, and I've been on his channel. I've been interviewed by him at least 2 or 3 times. I'm not sure, but I think that he's very respectable. He's younger, a millennial, and all that. But as Icon Fire gets on the scene and talks about his extremist ideology of identity, everybody was hush the word. And I want you guys to understand that she's like, well, you can say it better. What can you say better when you're telling me I can't be me? What can you say that's going to convince me that you have a right to tell me that who I'm claiming to be is not good enough? And some of these Africans don't get it. Like, I'm confused, but you'll get that in a minute.
I outwardly say I do not agree, but you're a nice, and I only feel comfortable saying that because I trust you enough to, understand that I still like you. And so
trust me, I don't even expect anyone to necessarily. I even like when people don't agree with me. That makes the conversation. I don't want everybody to be whatever. I do not. I want you guys to be like against what I'm saying so that we can sort things out and talk. And I really believe in communication, to be honest with you. I believe that we can.
She believes in communication except mine. She believes in communication, but my communication. I sat up on her panel and explained to her why I don't want him in my presence. I said it clearly, plainly. Don't have him here with me. If you're going to have him on, let me go. How clear is that? But she wants communication, though.
We can start with disagreement and end up, even if we're not, we don't have to come by with, but we can understand each other. Point.
Hey, respect to everyone. Good evening.
Hey.
Here's the bitch, Icon Fire, and I would love to see him inches away from doom. That's right, ho. If you're listening, you need to be in the hospital for like 4 to 6 months, bitch.
Mr. Uganda, how are you? Empress, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of color genesis.
Okay, hold on. I can't fire. You made a very not so nice comment about Mr. Uganda in the chat. What was that about?
Say he's soft. You know, we are people. We just gonna say some stuff, but we don't mean.
No, but there's certain stuff that's ugly. I don't like that because when you say stuff.
All right. Listen. Mr. Uganda has placed himself in a kind of tedious position in the YouTube sphere. He's a opposing factor of Pan-Africanism, in which I'm not liking that. I have been trying to advise Mr. Uganda that stop being on the side that you're on and come on to Pan-African side. The reason, but I have reasons for that. It's not like it's something bad for you. It's actually the only choice for you. So my problem is, why would you be against something that's the only force?
Okay, I can't fire. I don't think you are responding to what I asked you. Asked the question. You made an ugly comment. Just because he doesn't want to join Pan-Africanism doesn't give you the right to say what you just said about his mentor. What does that have to do? If Pan-Africanists
I'm sorry, Mr. Uganda.
If Pan-Africanists are going to act the way you are acting, that would be enough reason for him to stay away from it. Go ahead. I can't fight.
This is the whole thing about life.
Mind you, before I go, he was trying to make it seem like he was being very, very suspectly careful. He was trying to sound so nice. He was fake as fuck, but you're going to hear what he has to say pretty soon. Please like and share this video. Please subscribe to Afro Goddess channel and mine as well. I'm not looking for clout. I'm just looking for me being able to tell my information, because I know that most of y'all are not in the know as I am, and I'm hopeful that you guys will catch up to the information that I've been studying on. We need to get there, y'all. Please help us, help each other.
Life is tough. Let me tell you something, Empress. Going around trying to put men in their place, I don't think it's your right either.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you just asked me in a sense, you asked me something in a sense where you like putting me in my place and telling me it's not right to speak to someone in that way. Now, who gives you that right? You mean, are you putting me in my place? Should I conform to what you say?
No. I asked you a question. I want to understand.
I'm not saying nothing bad. I haven't said anything bad. Saying that your mentality is obscuring your vision is nothing bad.
Right. Okay, and let me respond to you because I should
don't respond. Hold on, wait, Mr. Uganda. Don't respond yet. You know you're my brother. You know you're African. I respect all Africans. Maybe not their attitudes, you feel me? But I respect all Africans. I want Africa to win. Africa is the side I'm on. So we've been knowing each other, so I know you. So the reason why I speak this way is because I know your opposition towards Pan-Africanism. So personally, I think you're somebody educated, and I have to say this to you, that it is our educated people who have us in a pile of shit. You feel me? So I want you to not get in league with the educated and maybe come over to our side and hear us out for a minute. You feel me? Because you can't ignore the fact that you, the educated people, have us Africans in a pile of shit. You feel me? In which we need to get out of. So how about listen to the uneducated for a minute? You feel me? All the good, nice, squeaky type of talking. As the Empress said, the subtle tongue, what do you call it? The seductive tongue might be a devil. You feel me? So sometimes I might say, your brain might be messed up, so it's messing with your vision. So I'm just not being a hypocrite. You feel me? And it's not trying to be enemies either. Go ahead.
Okay, I receive what you're saying. So let me start off here. With regards to my stance of Pan-Africanism, I get your premise and I get that you are Pan-African, but at least in this situation, it doesn't.
And I want you on our side.
Right, but in this situation, as far as this live stream, it's not applicable because Color Genesis, admittedly himself, he said he's not a Pan-African. He actually said that under Bomani's live stream.
He is.
No, but he actually, so Mr. Untouchable, you know, the Trinidadian guy who's on brand.
What about ignoring that which he said?
Okay, but then okay, that even works with my. So let me land. I'll let you land. You know, and I respect what you said, and I get. Yes. We're gonna work around it, right? So let's just move past that, okay? Because we're just gonna ignore it, right? So with regards to the educated point, I don't try to lean on my education, and again, that's not applicable here because my degree is in law, and I brought up nothing to do with the law in this live stream. Maybe the last live stream, not this one, right? I've actually tried to equalize my stance by, you know, factoring in spiritual, emotional, you know, like maybe some type of like, you know, some principles that aren't predicated on how much you know, how much you earn. But that's pretty much what Color Genesis was preaching. He was preaching just about the physical stuff. And so, you know, it's kind of like, you know, you can never really win because, I mean, as far as because, you know, on one hand, it's like, you know, maybe I do sort of push my education. Let's say, I don't think I do, but let's say I do. But then I sort of try to, you know, slip into the whole spiritual and like, you know, principles and all of this stuff, you know. But even then, it's not good enough. And so it's kind of like, you know, it can't be a me thing because I didn't contradict Pan-Africanism today. I actually didn't even contradict Black unity. I just sort of focused on the fact that, yeah, we can just focus on intention and stuff like that. And that's something that I thought maybe like you yourself are a Rastafarian. Wouldn't you focus on, like, I guess that's what you would focus on, like, is people's intentions, their spirits. So I don't understand.
I understand what you say.
Did you make your point? I'm gonna gotta go. I'm gonna let Dip Slip Park My husband needs me. I gotta get out of here. So deep sleep, say something.
Come on, my Ethiopian bro.
Deep sleep. You really deep sleeping?
He wrote in a message that you should give him 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's more than 5 minutes. It's been more than 5 minutes. If it's not here, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, but one more thing, Mr. Uganda. I was saying that Carla Genesis, he's American. So I'm not looking for perfection from a Carla Genesis. He's looking for a lot of right ways too to go. You feel me? None of us is perfect. You feel me? But we should really put more interest in people that is for Africa and has declared that they are for Africa. I think those are the people you should really put interest in instead of these other people that you like. Sometimes you want to believe the people that has no interest in Africa. I don't, like me personally, I'm the enemy of those people practically. If you black and you're not interested in Africa, we enemies, I swear. You feel me?
You are an extremist.
I'm a black identity extremist. Feel me?
I can feel it in the way you express yourself. It gives me like it shakes me sometimes when I hear you were talking to a lady in the series.
You are very, but you, Empress, are very controversial too. You want, yeah, right? Because it's like
I love controversy.
Yeah, but this is the thing I'm saying, right? You are saying that African men are weak, and
so he says he's an identity extremist, but he's in America. He's an African identity extremist, but he ain't never visited Africa. But he thinks living in America gives him the right and authority to speak up against what we claim we are. And this is what I don't like about the Black American men who are pansy bitches, hoified motherfuckers, bitch made niggas, flip-flopping hoes, Nakmeezy, your ass, bitch. All y'all. Pan-African Strikes Back Again, Brandon, Afro Think Tank, and all these fucking fluffy bitches that live in America talking hella shit to us, bashing us about what we gonna do for Africa. Nothing. Just like you ain't done shit, bitch. Okay, here we go. I got my second breath, by the way, since I smoked a little bit.
We need to get up and we need to be strong and we need to be that. But still you have an offense on a strong man. You see me? A man that's trying to declare his Africanness and be strong in that. You see me?
But GK, that term African American came with Prince Hall and his kind. Freemasonries. That's where that word came from. When he appeared from nowhere in America from Barbados, origins not really understood completely. He built this Freemasonry club. That's when that African American term was used for the very first time. He brought that from Barbados, Commonwealth, Empire of Britain. Brought that word that was never known in the 1600s, 1500s. So you're telling me the 1600s when they were calling folks Negroes, some were called Indian, okay? That 1776, around that time, when that term was first introduced by Prince Hall and his ilk, somehow we always knew we were African. No, what happened to 100 years prior to that, though? Why would they call you Negro if you were really African, though? So you already can hear that somebody was lying. All those people called classified Negro, but now you know a new term called African that just suddenly came from nowhere and inputted in so-called declarations or petitions to be acknowledged as slaves or trying to be freed people at the time. It came through the commonwealth of those people for colonizing freed slaves that they never got over losing when they lost the Civil War. That's why it was so damn late. That's why it was so damn late. So we are not African. If anything, we're multi-race people. I mean, how do you say Negro? If we were still Negro, it wouldn't change all of a sudden the colored, wouldn't change all of a sudden to
Right.
It wouldn't change all of a sudden now. Oh, black. Anything tinge of something that's not all the way pearly white, you're black.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Rosa Parks, called black or Negro, whatever, colored. She ain't
Colored.
no African. Okay? But they think because they slipped the term in conveniently after we won the war, that term was inputted in a petition or two. We ain't supposed to put two and two together. I did. Because I saw where he came from, and I saw that it wasn't talked about until he came and his type of people. It put two and two together. These bitches was sent here to put that in the membrane of us. It's called propaganda. It's called brainwashing. It's called manipulation. It's called all these things. And if you don't look at where they came from, look at the origins of the term of African American when it was first introduced. How does something from thin air just become African American? Someone put it out there. I ain't that deluded at all. It was sent by agents. That's why it's important for us to clear up the history and the misconceptions of what they try to do to us against us. Just because it showed up 1777, a year after emancipation, I'm supposed to somehow say, oh, that word was then. We should be using that word now. You droopy-eyed dog bitch. No, that word was introduced 100 years after Negro was used. Too late, ho. You fucked up. That's not the answer. But listen again to Icon Fire. What did you think about that bitch? Are you there?
I'm here.
What did you think about that Icon Fire?
Well, he sounds like this company here that's called Confire. So when I heard that name, I'm like, okay, that's weird and odd. But I don't know. Furthermore, is the guy. I don't know. To me, he's smooth. He's a smooth talker. But
He's
I
trying to
don't.
be on her show, but he's not a smooth talker talking about he has the authority over identities and he's an identity extremist. Be an identity extremist to the Jamaicans in Jamaica. Take your ass back to Jamaica, convince them that they're African. Convince the Africans that they're all one thing.
And that's
Why are you in our
the
face
thing
so
that I
much?
would right. That's the thing that I was saying before. I don't understand why nobody else is being called African except for American. Like, why don't y'all take that to other people that allegedly is supposed to be African of descent too? Why
Because they're
is it that
already
you're only targeting
colonized.
us?
They're already colonized, and we're the only ones that are left freed people. If we had our shit together, imagine this. Close your eyes. Imagine if we had our spirit right. Imagine if we had our mind right. Imagine if we were on one accord with one identity. Then we would move in a way like before, but better. And the tools that we have right now that we could be using on social media and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they have power is to circumvent our power by scatterbraining us everywhere else but on one accord. So when you have someone saying I'm a Moor, arguing with someone that says they're Israelite, arguing with someone that's saying that they're Indian, arguing with someone that's saying that they're African American, arguing with someone that's saying that they're Black American, or arguing with someone that's saying they're just an American, there's no cohesiveness for one of us. And then on top of that, you have immigrants that come here and confuse more because they're intermarrying, they're deliberately having babies to have that anchor baby status. Hurry up and impregnating the first Black American woman they find. And they're confusing the mindset of us because we are intermingling with other people. Instead of losing our identity, we should have been like, we're still Black Americans, we're just fucking with you, but we're not losing our identity. But that didn't happen. They said, oh, I'm fucking with a Haitian, so maybe I am African like he says I am. Like a woman, a dumb bird does. You know? Or you have a simplify, bitch-made, flip-flopping hoe like Nagmeezy because he married a Caribbean. Now all of a sudden he's every other day Pan-African. He can't make up his fucking mind looking like a jackrabbit all over the place.
GK said we're confused.
They're confused. I'm not confused. They're confused. Because I've never changed my identity. I've been Black American. The only thing I added on my identity was indigenous. That's it. I'm still a Black American. I ain't never gonna change my mindset.
He said it's all. He says all the distraction of confusing.
But that's, oh, you know what? I'm glad he said that because I don't know if you heard about the marketing that they did back in the 60s. You know, we're better known as consumers as well. They might as well call us that. And they had like a strategy of making us buy their products. It's well known that we have been with the mindset of being consumers. That's why Africa now is trying to tap into that consumerism that's in our spirit. We're always looking for Jordans and this and that and the other. And they know that that's been our history. And let me show you how sick this goes. I'm glad you said that because I almost forgot about that shit. Let me find that real quick. Like an old fucking clip. I couldn't believe they have this video up though, like letting us know we got your number. We've been studying y'all. Like, isn't that sick? Okay, sales of Negroes, consumers. Yeah, like that's pretty jacked up that the people are telling us we've been studying y'all. We know what y'all do. And why don't we wake up and say we're not that no more though? That's the part I'd be tripping off of. You can't say nothing else different because why you gotta play dumb because it makes everybody feel safe.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
But I mean, it's a sad time right now. I've never imagined that I'd be tug of war with people about my identity right now. Okay, but this right here,
I'm not going to tug of war with them. I said what I said.
Oh yeah, you're right. And I do too, but I get in arguments with people because I go where I ain't supposed to be, I guess, but I don't care because y'all talking about me all the goddamn time. I need to be there sometime.
I know, right? I know that's right.
Since you got words for me, let me show up.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Oh no, they doing too much with this song. Oh my God, that was way too much. They're talking about the Department of Commerce. Oh my God, it said, we acknowledge with thanks the cooperation of the United States Department of Commerce in preparing this film. So they're letting you know it comes from the higher up people in the government. What they got to say about the Negro? Well, it might shock you. I'm not shocked though. Oh my God.
Story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market, Millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend. That's right, I said $15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market, still full of opportunities. It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, that few of us realize its scope. Now, these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market. There's money waiting to be spent. To get the story of this market, to be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, the customers, and the salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation. And out of this all, there emerged a story, the story of a new market.
A new market, can you imagine that? I mean, the gall to even have this in history and have us hear it. And people still being about this shit today? Oh my God. I mean, that's called pimping to the highest degree.
Yes, this is the market we're talking about, the new Negro family. Their name is Wells or Wilson, Smith or Brown or Alexander or Breen. They live in Chicago, in Atlanta or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed before. They're good prospects.
A buying power they never enjoyed before. So we about to circumvent y'all buying power into our pockets. And they've been doing that since. With movies, trends, and everything else that we follow. They got our number unless we say no more. I'm telling y'all, please listen to me.
Practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they're overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas. Because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks. He buys pretty much the same way, too. But just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping up over and over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home. That figure...
That was a long time ago, okay? They have tricked us out of our spot. And now we're boxed out of our own civil rights, and everybody else is living off of the flame and the gas of civil rights. But this is what we were. This was back in 1954, right before the murder of Emmett Till in 1955. Think about that. People were living high off the hog. The Oklahoma bombing didn't happen, or maybe it did happen before then. But let's listen more. This was a year before Emmett Till was killed.
Comes directly from the United States Bureau of Census.
Maybe so, but Negroes are poor credit risk.
Not more of a credit risk than any other group. Actually, the Negro homebuyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level. That's the information we got from people who ought to know, the National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor quality merchandise.
No, it's just the other way around. According to leading researchers, in proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group. You see, there are a lot of confused notions about the Negro customer. But when you dig right down and find out about them, they just don't hold water. Negroes own homes. They meet their payments faithfully. They buy good brands of merchandise. So why let a lot of old-fashioned ideas hurt profits? Take a look at the real facts. Here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, some amazing facts and figures about this new market have been uncovered. For a first-hand report, we would like to take you directly to the United States Department of Commerce to hear this story from the Secretary of Commerce himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
In the Department of Commerce, we are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power of this group is backed, of course, by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans. Just take a look at a few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck 4 times larger than the one he collected in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business.
So everybody wants our consumerism. Everybody's vying for our consumerism. In Africa now has been studying our habits. They're like, oh, why don't we bring these motherfuckers over here to spend all this money over here? You know, we got trinkets for them, food for them, the goat pepper stew for them, Airbnb for them, looking at the dirty ass dungeons for them. Power to the ancestors. We got all that stuff for you, Negro. Just spend the money here. There is no love when it comes to the whites that's expecting us to spend money in their market or the Africans. It's just that the Africans have never had a chance for us to spend there because we ain't been there in bulk number and we ain't trying to go. Thus the need to have celebrities to go to convince us that we need to start going.
Can you see any of GK comments?
Let me see. Let me get my other phone. Oh, I can see it now. I don't know what of Africa we would consume much of. They're just wanting to build a tourism industry off of the slaves. Yeah, they want to do that, but just more than that, GK, I want you to keep in mind that they intend to have a digital ecosystem. They wanted to have, they wanted to have it as early back as April or June. It just had glitches and their system is not prone or is not proofed to be hacked or deficiencies in their digital ecosystem. But they tried it already. They tried it already with a Ghana card. They tried it already with an e-levy 1.75 taxation. I think 100 CDs would be taxable with some type of 1.75. And these people, most of them are not middle to high class. They're low or close to middle, but mostly low, and they couldn't afford it. And so that unveiling of the e-levy on this Ghana card somehow had glitched out, and they're working on it. But in the meanwhile, while they work on it, they're working on the idea of a new Pan-African card. And they're trying to bring us in the fold with this Pan-African talk. They're trying to hustle us with the same garbage that Marcus Garvey pulled back in the 1920s. But they're crooks, though. And they're thugs, though. And they already did their people wrong as far as the indigenous banks that were hijacked with the funds that were in there. 2017, 2018, 9 banks and other institutions just miraculously had collapseness upon them while this President Otto was in power, when he first came to power, with his cousin, the finance minister, and I ain't supposed to say nothing about it. And then on top of that, this Dr. Ericana that I talk about, y'all want to be like, why is she always talking about her? Because she's doing too much behind the scenes. She don't think nobody know, but I know. The hoe is doing too much. She talks too much about so-called diaspora. And like I said, the diaspora was a conceptualized term that expanded, ironically, after the death of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Then all of a sudden, diaspora came to be with roots, you know, that old slave tale, that plagiarized book, movie, whatever, by Alex Haley. Then that word was used more and more in colleges. They try to bring it up. They scholarly try to debate that. They've been using it for the last 40 years or so, and they're trying to make a connection with the diaspora as us being a part of the diaspora, when it was only used when it came to the Commonwealth of those that were subjugated, colonized by Britain. Those people use the word diaspora. Jews used the word diaspora in the beginning, before everybody used it. It had nothing to do with us, though, because we weren't colonized. And that's why I'm saying to y'all, when that word was brought to us, they knew what they were doing. And they've been working on making it like repetitiously and blazing in our brain as being something that we're supposed to acknowledge as being the truth. It's not the truth. They created it. And they're trying to make you feel like that's you, when that's not you. You have 3 or more bloods here. How are you going to tell me to choose one? How are you going to tell me as African I got to choose because I have a tinge of blackness? Because you are doing the same thing that white folks did, right? When they said one drop. They're doing the other side of that. You are called black, you're African. You can't get out of that. That's why you hear the Pan-Africans arguing about us claiming we're American. Because they're saying, oh no, you're not a real American. You were a slave. You fought and all that for that, but you were a prisoner of war. You're really a slave. Bitch, I ain't a slave no more. And if I intermingly mix with other races, bitch, I ain't you. Because if you have my dog is mixed, a Chihuahua and another brand of dog in my dog. You can't say she's one thing no more. She'll never be that no more. You can see the mix in her, but she's not one thing. You can't claim that I'm just African because you can see other mixes in me if you really pay attention to what it is that happened here. If you want to be deluded and evil, as Pan-Africans are, they'll say, oh, you're just that slave that fell from the boat. You're our lost ancestor. Well, why did you sell us? If we're your ancestor, why'd you sell folks all over the place? Now you got righteousness to your name? What the fuck's going on here? You can't be both. Bitch, you weren't righteous then. You're not righteous now. You're talking shit right now about shit that you want to try to make something in me that's not there. That's why all the bashing is going on. That's why all these icon fires and Brandon Pan-African Strikes Back and others will form their lips and say, you hate yourself if you claim you are anything else but African, because that term is the key word that they use for colonizing us. That's the point. What they don't want you to know and have power to know is that they use that against you, us, Black Americans. They're not attacking Jamaicans. You're African Jamaican. They're not attacking the Haitians or other Caribbeans because they don't have the money in which they have claimed our power is here in America with consumerism. And they want to tap into the consumerism of that spending power towards them now. but yet they're claiming it's about unity, kumbaya. No, it's not. It's
My
about
brothers and
unity.
sisters.
Yeah, they're on some bullshit. For real. You got any questions or comments or anything? You might be getting tired.
GK said, didn't she get fired or something? Talking about Weeby
Oh
on the
yeah.
side
Oh,
now.
you know what? I'm gonna play Dr. Ericana's latest bullshit talk, so you guys can fill her out. She was fired for fraud, but she's sitting up here acting like she never did nothing wrong, as usual. And I talk about her so much because she is the most snakish person that I've seen in a while. And like I said, she was one of my greatest finds, one of my major finds. As far as this the deception that she's using against us. So here she is talking about, of course, how we can be utilized and how we need to raise up and catch up to what's going on with Africa. Like that's our problem to be concerning ourselves about. Like, why? I'm supposed to now care because France is taking advantage of Africa? Isn't that called karma? I'm not saying I enjoy it. I'm just saying that I didn't cause it. And I'm saying, why are you making me the scapegoat with the issue? Why won't you have this Dr. Eric Conaho call France up and say, stop it already with the thievery of $500 billion a year for 14 countries in Africa? I was the ambassador. You know who I am. We're coming for you because you're stealing from us. No, she tells what they're doing. And then she says, well, you know, they're stealing this much money. We need the diaspora. What? Listen to this hoe. You know, the witch with the twisted weave.
Yeah.
The twisted lips.
Twisting mouth, Weeby Wonder.
Uh-huh.
So it was on BBC. It had to go on BBC before they would come back and say, no, we can't do this, you know. And that's how this other company got big. You see the games they have to play. But within the country, no one could come out.
You're a music creator.
Oh,
and
they
wanna
just put
start
the
making
damn
money
video
from your
on. It went to a commercial.
you
What
signed
the
up for a
fuck?
music distribution service.
Oh my God.
You see the games they have to play. But within the country, no one could come out and speak about it because there would be serious consequences. We must be very clear about one thing in Africa. The hidden hand is real, the hidden hand is strong, and the hidden hand is very powerful.
And there's many hidden hands. There's many colonizers, and she's one of them. She don't want you to know that part, though. She wants you to believe that she's separate from the hidden hands, but she's a hidden hand herself. And that's what I want y'all to know. She's a corruptible person, a fraud that was fired and called out by me, nobody else but me, and figured out that she was on some shit.
That is where we need to begin. Everything else that follows is a consequence of. We must understand the enemy, that big, powerful, strong, hidden hand. Let's deal with it. But for us to deal with it, we must understand it. And our people must understand it. So yes, we must hold our heads of states accountable. But again, back to the two men with briefcases, 50 billion and 500. Yeah, we need an army for a smaller army for the 50 billion, a 10 times bigger army for 500 billion. It's the game of war. We must strategize.
So your institute, the African Diaspora Development Institute, are you making headway?
I just want to bring the children of Africa home because we understand the diaspora are Africa's true gold. Think of the brains that are in the diaspora.
With a true goal, let her tell it. The diaspora, she's emphasizing, without emphasizing, so-called African American, the people that are out here free. She's referencing us. She wants the power from us. She wants that consumerism towards Africa and her kind for her pocket and her ilk, not the people, but her kind that she's been thieving all along.
Think of the monies in the diaspora. If we can just repatriate those brains,
think of the money. Think of the money of the diaspora. You know, we want that money too.
I mean, for 500 billion, it's the game of war. We must strategize.
So your institute, the African Diaspora Development Institute, are you making headway?
I just want to bring the children of Africa home because we understand the diaspora are Africa's true gold. Think of the brains that are in the diaspora. Think of the monies in the diaspora. If we can just repatriate those brains, repatriate those monies.
Repatriate those brains. Who said anything about wanting to be in Africa? But these people, what they're doing on social media is they're grooming us. They're grooming us like pimps to believe in their idea of what we're supposed to be doing. What about the repatriation of that Jamaican bitch ass icon Fire? Huh? Start with that hoe.
Oh,
why are you starting with us, bitch? Come out. You know what they're trying to do. I'll be honest with y'all. The reparations conversation, they want to make it into repatriation to make us migrants and refugees. You mark
that's
my
right.
word.
That's right. That's
Mark
what I
my
said
word.
earlier. Yes.
Yeah. They want to replace us as the new American and make us to be the people that fled and died to become us. And she's sitting up here acting as if she's pearly, innocent, and loving. She's the most wickedest person on this social media I have seen since I've been on social media. I'm not lying. Once I heard her speak in 2019, I knew something was right. I started following her. Like, I was obsessed with following this hoe. Now it's easy.
Did you
Following
see
this
what
bitch.
GK said? He said, "Can
What?
you put the link to that video?"
Of who?
That video. I
Make
guess.
it's called Make Africa Great. Make Africa Great. You go to just today, it says a day ago, and you look under Dr. Ericana France is a big problem for Africa security and peace in Africa conversation with Trevor. Because what I think, they got wind of our video and she come back to talk again about France saying that's why she was fired. Because I played this video kind of like 30 minutes into the conversation. I skipped the part that she trying to like clean it up. Oh yeah, I did a speech against France talking about $500 billion that they stole from 14 countries, and the African Union didn't like it. They were trying to be appeasing to France because they're in the pocket of France, and they fired me. Oh, but bitch, I got your number. I
He said,
already
"What's the
went
name
to
of it?"
It's called Dr. Ericana. France is a big problem for Africa security and peace in Africa. Conversation with Trevor under the YouTuber name Make Africa Great a day ago. So here she is trying to talk about, oh, I know so much. If only the diaspora would catch up to my knowledge and unify with what I'm talking about. She wants us to be refugees.
I'm not
This
trying to
bitch
unify
wants us to
nothing.
be homeless and out there in a fucking boat trying to get to the shores of Italy, Greece, UK, and all that. But let her tell it. Let her tell it. Look at wickedness. Listen to it.
Development Institute, are you making headway?
I just want to bring the children of Africa home because we understand the diaspora are Africa's true gold. Think of the brains that are in the diaspora. Think of the monies in the diaspora. If we can just repatriate those brains, repatriate those monies in an organized way, we don't need anybody. We are actually the only continent on earth that doesn't need the gold. The gold is Africa. Everybody knows it. There's not a single strategic planning session by any country.
By the way, she has a plantation in Tennessee, a real live old plantation she lives in Tennessee. She lived in Washington as well. She's from Zimbabwe. She has a business in South Africa as well. and also where else? Oh, Ghana as well. The bitch is rolling in the dough. And she's talking as if she's just like us. But she's a colonizer. And she's been sent to convince us to believe in the notion that Africa is our only recourse. But where is Icon Fire at in your pursuit towards Africa and others like that bitch? Get those mosquitoes out of our faces and, you know, nets, flies, all those hoes, and then we'll talk. No, but they're specifically targeting us because of the consumerism and the fact that we're free with choice. Oh, they can't have that. You get to choose your freedom and how you want to move and what you want to do with your own money to spend. We want you to be a debt slave. This is the same bitch that has a $500 million bond from Akon, I believe, in my opinion, because they're talking the same talk about cities to be built. One in Ghana, the Wakanda fake-ass city. One in Senegal, the Akon fake-ass city. Ponzi scheme already called out by the partner a year or so ago. He borrowed $1 billion from China back in 2016. So I'm sure he didn't have no problem giving up some of that money to her to try to lure us towards projects that she is deeming for us to think on with that RADDI database. And once you sign up and have your personal information in there, she can claim you as the people of old that were part of the slave trade that she wants compensation for our reparations and everything attached. So when I say these bitches are wicked, claiming that they're Pan-African, these bitches say the most vilest things. But keep on listening, because like I said, how you gonna say, all we gotta do is repatriate these people and get their money too? We supposed to be happy about that? Really? Y'all ain't mad about that? How disrespectful that is? But she said it. She said it bold. She said it bold.
If we can just repatriate those brains, repatriate those monies in an organized way, we don't need anybody. We are actually the only continent on earth that doesn't need the world. The world is Africa. Everybody knows it. There's not a single strategic planning session by any country around the world outside Africa that doesn't start with Africa. Because everything they need can and is being found in Africa. So we have what it takes, and they know it. You know, they're very jealous of us. They're actually very envious of what we have as a people. So not only have they gone after our natural resources, now they're going after our human resources. You see, they've gone through so many decades of reduced reproductive process. Now, the age gaps in their nations, huge. They're now looking for people to take care of them when they age.
Is the diaspora, spoke about the South America, is the diaspora ready to come home? Do they have any concerns about coming to Africa?
Well, let me say this. We are making headway. The Pan-African conversations are
She is not making headway, but she's referencing the Black Caucus, y'all. She's referencing the players, the people she's rubbing elbows with about what they're going to try to make us do. And I've been trying to tell y'all, this is not play. These motherfuckers treating us like hoes and bitches and tricks up in this bitch. And I'm saying, have a real backbone to fight for something that's worth fighting for. This bitch right here is my real enemy. This is my enemy right here.
I belong to a lot of platforms. I don't post, but I just follow. I love the conversations that are coming up. Is that enough? Not by any stretch of imagination. We need a lot more people to understand the issues. We find a lot, like for example, we just don't understand what's going on. This is an amazing country. Beautiful country, one of the safest countries to live in, and yet it's painted as top 10 worst countries to live in. One of the best countries to invest in, Opportunities that are
So long as we keep on giving up money, consumerism it up, she happy as a lark. Look at how excited she gets. Long, we got investments for y'all to, like, you know, give us money towards. You dumbass bitches.
We just don't understand what's going on. This is an amazing country. Beautiful country. One of the safest countries to live in, and yet it's painted as top 10 worst countries to live in. One of the best countries to invest in. Opportunities that are so low hanging. The president said.
And who is they? Okay, who is they? Don't know that. Who's they? They're talking about us. She talking about us, the consumers, the label African American, you slave ass bitches. Y'all.
People must understand the country is going to be built by its people. But the people must be in the know. If the people do not know, how can they build their country? So to the Zimbabweans, I say, take some time. Because if you're going to say, we don't like the government, therefore we're not going to Zimbabwe. Well, guess what? If opposition wins next time, there's now going to be another 50% that don't like opposition. So what's going to happen to your mother in the village?
Do this 10-second simple technique tonight to restore perfect blood sugar levels.
Commercial.
Don't take medications, but
happened to your mother in the village? She didn't get anything done because you were mad at the ruling party. Then the next time another party comes in, your mother is still going to be the loser because nothing is going to get done because the opposition is fighting. How long are we going to wake up and say, Albert Einstein, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? No, we work with the current government. We make them accountable. We engage them at the highest level. We demand.
How you make stuff accountable for people that are rogue and in the pocket of other colonizers? I mean, you can say anything you want to say, but is it reality though? If it was so easy to do as she says, then they could do it. They're not able to face France. They're not wanting to go to war. So they said, fuck it, we'll take the best next thing. Those African Americans will utilize their money towards our debt. And those bitches won't have nothing, but we're going to strip them dry and make them our hoes while we're being preyed upon, colonized by these different colonizers. At least we'll have these motherfuckers. You know, that'll be our little, prize to, for the game that we're playing. And speaking of the firing of Dr. Ericana, this comes from Newswire NGR. Because again, people assume because she was speaking out against the West or talking against France or talking against the powers that be, oh, she was our hero. Oh, she's just like Martin Luther King, trying to act like Martin Luther King, but you in the back pocket of colonizers, ho. And you don't think nobody know? I know, bitch. It says appeasing the West. Not quite. Exclusive documents reveal real reason that this AU ambassador to the U.S. was fired. Okay, because she was trying to say, I gave a big speech against France, and that dirty little director or person over the African Union, he works with the France. He got upset or was told to get rid of me. That's what she claimed. That was her cover story. But the bitch lied. Now, this Dr. Ericana claims in this article, Chia Hombre Qual is a very interesting woman. Recently dismissed from her position as AU's ambassador to the U.S., she has become something of a rallying cause for many with Pan-Africanist leanings because of her pronouncements and posturings while she was in office. When she was relieved of her position a few days after making a pointed public criticism of France over its perceived exploitative relationship with 14 of its former African colonies, many got the idea that she was the victim of a high-level diplomatic gang-up. She was the plucky African underdog speaking truth to power, who was then kicked out for saying the truth at the behest of the French government, or so it seemed. However, documents exclusively obtained by Newswire NGR from the AU whistleblower tell a completely different story about what actually happened behind the scenes that led to her sacking. The whistleblower provided a trove of official documents, many of which can be viewed at the bottom of this article, showing that which the AU ambassador was giving inspiring speeches denouncing neo-colonialism, and energizing the African diaspora in Washington, D.C. She was actually administering the AU's affairs in D.C. like a stereotypical African dictator, sticky-fingered, neopolistic, and with zero regard for due process and ethics. Okay? And those articles have been removed. I had the articles in my other channel that got sacked. A lot of this stuff that I showcased got conveniently removed. It's no longer shown, but as you can tell, she's trying to have a cover story saying, I talked against France. No one knew about that. But even if France is doing that, what's that got to do with me and you? Did we do anything to Africa? And if they're not willing to fight against France or demand that they change what they signed up for back in 1800 sometime, and they're telling us sad songs about how they got tricked into colonization to save their necks. But you enslaved folks, though. Y'all same people crying and bitching about what France has done to you are the same people that was enslaving folks. You know, the Woman King, that lying ass movie where the homie kingdom was capturing folks to the Europeans. Y'all didn't have no problem then. Y'all were happy as a lark, in fact. Y'all were high-fiving motherfuckers, dancing around in a circle with drums and shit. Porridge galore and foo-foo. And no one's supposed to say nothing about the hypocrisy of what Africans did. Not all. I'm talking about West Africans, the ones that partook in the slave trade, talking at us now. I'm not talking about people. Huh?
See what GK said?
You need to clip that part for the mess around and edit it out to you. I don't know how to do that though, GK. I'm so
Yeah, we not that savvy yet.
Yeah, I'm not that savvy because I was never supposed to be on YouTube, to be honest. The only reason why I ended up on YouTube because I broke my damn foot. If I had not broke my foot, I would not be on YouTube right now. I was in bed for 4 months, so I had no choice but to surf around and do something, figure out something to do while I was in bed, and that's what I figured out to do. And once I started watching it, I was like, wait a minute, why are these people harassing us? Why are these people picking on us? Why are these people fucking with us? And then I came to the conclusion, there's some type of propaganda and agenda, and I need to figure it out. And I started researching and figuring this stuff out. Like I said, the person that whistleblowed Dr. Eric Kana was a Pan-African Alliance group. They're the ones that whistleblowed this other white YouTuber that used to live in South Africa that now lives in Australia. I know his first name is Scott. I can't remember his last name. He's no longer on YouTube. But he had the actual documentation of what it said word for word and line by line. And I read it, some of it. And some of the things that it said about her is that she was being rude to workers, treating them like they were slaves. She would make these people like ride her around like chauffeurs and whatnot. And she would make them stand by while she did her daily whatever. And even if she didn't need to go nowhere, she had them standing by for hours, like 12 hours without pay. you know, she was like cutting corners and being a bitch. And so they were whistleblowing about the abuses that she gave to them and this and that and the other. Because you do realize that an ambassador, just like diplomats, have immunity. They're not able to go get jailed for like slavery, you know, forced labor, or anything else that they do. They have immunity. And she had that position as an ambassador, an immunity. That's why when I did stories about people from other countries that came for jobs, were lured by agencies that's supposed to work for the government, that ensnared those same people to be forced laborers or maids or whatever, not paid, slaves for different governmental places and other people, knowing full well that they would not ever be persecuted or prosecuted because they had immunity as a diplomat. And that's why slave trade, modern day slavery, is prevalent today. Don't you wonder how that can still go on in Ghana and other African places? Say, oh, slavery's long gone. Look past what happened way back when, but it's still going on now. What the fuck you talking about? You can go to Nigeria and you see people being pimped out, women being made to be prostitutes, or what they call it, women being forced to have babies, like a baby production type of thing that they do. And they have slavery. Is just not where you have them tied up and roped and chained. But what they have happen is you go somewhere to Saudi Arabia, you hear of this word maid something, and you get there, and then all of a sudden they snatch your passport, and then you're just in their grips of what they tell you to do. There was a story that, I'm gonna find this story. Can you guys believe this story? In Saudi Arabia, an African from Kenya was forced to breastfeed puppies. And she is wailing and carrying on about her breastfeeding puppies. Can you believe that? But that's what they do. Feeding puppies in Saudi Arabia. This is a new story that broke. Actually, Khazarian Empire had brought out this story because I didn't even know about it. But I'm not surprised. You know, they have sex with dogs. They're allowing them to breastfeed with dogs. I mean, the disrespect is crazy. Do I think that I want to be there, or my people to be there to share in the festivities of that? I mean, no. But listen to this, y'all.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with Checkpoint. Let's continue informing you. Now, the family of Charles Washira is crying for help after the body of their daughter, Pauline Washira, continues to be detained in Dubai. Pauline died under mysterious circumstances after allegedly being lied to that she was being taken to Saudi Arabia. Now, another video of a Kenyan woman crying for help after being forced to breastfeed 2 puppies has now gone viral as Kenyans, COTU, and human rights groups all together urge President William Ruto to ban all recruitment agencies operating in the country and repatriate Kenyans stuck in oil-rich Saudi Arabia. Willie Lusite with the details.
Charles Washira is a father experiencing great pain at the moment. On 7th of August this year, he was informed through a call by a stranger in Dubai that her daughter was sick. All along, he knew her daughter was an immigrant worker who had traveled to Saudi Arabia but not Dubai.
Sasa akingojeka ndio alituambia ati ako Saudia. Alipelekwa Saudia sio Dubai. Kwa hivyo kutoka tarehe 7 mwezi wa 8 aliniambia ati msichana wangu hasikii mzuri. Sasa
I don't know what that's about. I don't want to hear that. Come on now. Let's get to the sucker. Oh, you know what? That's not. Anyways, she fed breast puppies or whatever. I don't know what they're saying. But I found another article better about Dr. Ericon. I know it's getting late. I'm going to wrap it up with this article and then one more video. one more message that you sent me actually about the Wall Street, because I didn't talk about that yet. So it stated also that she had been confirmed that this past ambassador was under prior investigation for several issues relating to fraud, embezzlement, and authorized fundraising under false pretexts. Documents received from a whistleblower show that in addition to misuse of authority to evade due process in hiring and contracting for several well-paid jobs, this Dr. Ercana went as far as launching unauthorized GoFundMe campaigns purporting to help victims of Cyclone Idai in Mozambique and soliciting funds for a fictitious project in Zimbabwe called Wakanda One. Now she got this fictitious project called Wakanda City in Ghana. Okay. The 18-page investigation report attached below is the result of months of internal AU investigations into our activities in Washington, D.C. If you guys want to check out that article, I'll tell you where to go, because at the very end, it still has those pages that I thought was deleted. Some were deleted that I saw up front, but at the bottom, if you keep going down, you'll see if you can go to a library or something, they'll print it out for you. It's under Newswire NGR back 3 years ago. I wish it could show me the date. But the author's name is William UKPE. And if you go down, there are pages that you can actually, this is the pages that I read off into my previous channel that was deleted. And it showcases line by line what she did. That's why I'm saying that they did a good job with trying to conceal what she really did to make it seem like she was talking against France. And if I had not heard it from the white YouTuber that talked about her, you know, gleefully about how she was running around talking about France did this to her, and someone dropped in his email the truth. And he was like, oh, I got this trove of information about this whole, let me just read this all to y'all. That's what had happened. And like I said, we're being played because we're consumers. We never done anything beyond being utilized as hoes, and it's got to stop. And that's the reason why we're not being respected. That's why we're being boxed in and boxed out of our own civil rights, while everybody else is wrangling for our civil rights to be used for their people, while claiming that we're in coalitions with these bitches, while they're racist against us. How does that work, though? I don't think that works very well. So let me find this email, or, oh, sorry. Find this thing you sent me, Eunice, real quick. I know you're getting tired. I'm starting to get tired. I'm surprised I'm still alert.
Yeah, I have to eat my dinner. I ain't eat all day.
What you eat?
I ain't eat nothing yet.
You ain't ate all day?
Remember I told you I've been doing stuff. I've been running.
Oh, okay. Let me hurry up and read this so you don't have to pass out on me or nothing like that.
Girl, I ain't gonna pass out on you.
Okay. I want to make sure that I read this, though, because just like the Emmett Till situation, it wasn't his fault. And this situation with this 17-year-old also wasn't the fault of the race massacre that happened in Oklahoma. This Retropolis, that's what is under this article. It says his arrest sparked the Tulsa race massacre. Then Dick Rowland disappeared. Black men in Tulsa are marched under armed guard during the race massacre of June 1st, 1921. And around that time, y'all, Marcus Garvey was in America. So he utilized that massacre, the fact that people were devastated, to come with Pan-African talk. Good timing, wasn't it? So he says he liked to call himself Diamond Dick. Dick Rowland, a tall teenager with velvet skin, wore a diamond ring as he shined shoes in downtown Tulsa. Rowland, who was just 19, had recently dropped out Booker T. Washington High School, where he was a star football player because he was making so much money polishing the shoes of oilmen in a city that billed itself as the oil capital of the world. I'm starting to get tired. World. On May 30th, 1921, Roland took a break from a shoe stand inside a pool hall and walked to the Drexel building to use the only public restroom for Black people in the segregated Tulsa. Roland passed a Renberg's, a department store that occupied the first 2 floors of the Drexel building and stepped into an open wire cage elevator operated by a 17-year-old white girl named Sarah Page. What happened next remains murky, according to historians and reports about one of the worst episodes of racial violence in the United States. Roland may have accidentally stepped on Page's foot, prompting her to shriek, or tripped and bumped into her. Wow. When the elevator doors reopened, Dick Roland ran, and a clerk in Renberg's called police. Roland was arrested and accused of assaulting a white girl. Though the charges were eventually dropped, and Page later wrote a letter exonerating him, the accusation was enough to infuriate white Tulsa. 3 hours after the Tulsa Tribune hit the street with the headline nabbed Negro for attacking girl in elevator, hundreds of white men gathered at the Tulsa courthouse where Roland was being held. Black World War veterans who wanted to protect Roland from being lynched rushed to the courthouse to defend him. A shot was fired and all hell broke loose. A massacre survivor recalled later. As the whites moved north, they set fire to practically every building in the African American community, including a dozen churches, 5 hotels, 31 restaurants, 4 drug stores, 8 doctors' offices, more than 24 grocery stores, and the Black Public Library. According to a 2001 report by the Oklahoma Commission to Study the Tulsa Race Riot of 1921. By the time the violence ended, the city had been placed under martial law. Thousands of Tulsans were being African American community had been burnt down to the ground. As many as 300 people were killed. 10,000 were left homeless. 35 square blocks of Greenwood, one of the country's most prosperous Black communities, were destroyed. Witnesses reported seeing bodies tossed into the muddy Arkansas River or dumped into a mass graves, making it impossible to count the dead. So it was not his fault either. He made a mistake tripping or touching her. She just cried, woof. And thus the Tulsa ignited. I did not know that story was the reason behind it. I just thought they were jealous of the Black people being prosperous and they seeing how well they were living and they decided to put on fire. I did not know it was sparked by a 19-year-old.
Yep.
That went into an elevator and accidentally bumped into her.
Yep.
I mean, it's a tight space. She could have been, hateful and like, you too close to me, nigga. I can kill you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So all in all, history is history. The innocence of Black men back when in the 1920s is not what's going on right now. Obviously, people that's killing women over losing a basketball game, like I talked about before, happen. Those people are not innocent like the people of Emmett Till and these other people that sparked the civil rights. But people are using our civil rights and treating us like we're monkeys now. You got the Latinos treating us like monkeys. You got the Pan-Africans treating us like monkeys. You even got our own people. Oh, let me go with this. Our own people. You know that Latina bitch that talks shit? This dude who's a Pan-African said this, and then I'm going to let you go. Because I know you're tired. I'm getting tired. I can't believe I'm still up. This comes from Bunker TV, by the way, if you guys want to check this out. This is Brandon, Pan-African Strikes Back Again. And this is what he had to say about trying to dissuade the Latina woman from, you know, not resigning. You know, after the leak message of her talking racist, he said this, a Pan-African. This is why Pan-Africans can't be trusted.
I promise you to God, I was going to make a Twitter post today. I was going to say, Mary Martinez, please do not resign. Black people in Los Angeles have no sense of community and sit up and stay silent and defend people who victimize people in our community, but all of a sudden want to try to call you out and tell you what you need to do. She's dumb. She should have never resigned.
Pan-Africans for you. So with that being said, I hope you guys would do us a favor. I really greatly appreciate you, Eunice, Sister Eunice, because without you, I would really be fucked up right now. I really appreciate
you more.
A patient to let me be me. I'm sure there's a lot more I can say, but I'm tired as fuck too. So thank you guys for having me on. Can you guys please support our sister by liking and sharing and subscribing to her channel and mine?
I'll put your link in the chat.
Did you? I hope more people will subscribe, and also I hope to influence others to tell you to start coming on more, because this coming up year is your year, Eunice. It's your year to have a big platform, because your demeanor, your eloquence about being a lady. I'm not a lady. I always say that. I'm a warrior woman who don't know how to be a lady, and I'm not trying to be one. But you can teach others that may want to be how to be a lady, how to be a wife, how to be a mother, how to have patience and listen, because the art of listening you got. You know what I mean? You have an older spirit before your time. Your listening skills is on a level of a 70, 80-year-old. Got a lot of patience, but you're wise, because you know that it takes listening to learn stuff that you wouldn't know if you didn't listen.
Most definitely, that's very important.
All the time, huh?
I said most definitely, that's important. That's number one important is listening skills.
Yeah, and I try to tell people, instead of labeling me as being a hater, listen to what I'm saying. Look at what I'm saying. Follow up on what I said. Stop attacking the first sign of your belief that I'm attacking anyone, because I'm only attacking the people attacking me. I'm only attacking this one world order and people like Dr. Ericana and this President Otto, who wants us to be consumerism slaves, debt slaves for them, for their riches and not our own. And our future is going to be refugees and migrants if we don't get this shit right. So please like and share the video. This is about uplifting our mentality, our spirituality, and the know of today, here and now, not living in Kemet and all this other bullshit that has nothing to do with now. People are bypassing us now. How can we change this now? And how you change that is to grab a hold of your identity, go look up your family for real, the genealogy that you can look, and then stop people from telling you what you're going to do and what you're going to be. That's the first start. Okay. And then once you get that together, you'll have the emphasis and the power of consciousness to fight your own battle. But we are not there yet, because everybody's pulling us everywhere like tug of war. And I'm trying to get us to stop playing tug of war. Please stop letting people box us out of our own civil rights while they come up off of us and we look like buffoons and monkeys that they're calling us to our fucking face. Thank you, sis.
Thank you, sis. I'm trying to put your link back in here again.
I appreciate you. What you about to eat?
Some baked chicken. What I have so far, and I'm probably gonna make
that. I made that earlier. I had baked chicken tacos before I came on. I ate at least.
Oh, yeah. At least you ate, right?
Yeah, I ate. I'm about to take a nap. I'm about to lay my ass down. I just took her out not that long ago. I get to sleep for at least, I hope, 2 hours, and then I'll see what's going on after I wake up. But I really appreciate you, because if you did not have me on here, I've been so frustrated. I'd have been, you know, how someone just like roves around in their mind over and over again what you would have did different if you had an opportunity. You help ease that from my existence. So
You're gonna
that's
always
what
have a platform here, sis. You know, anytime you want to come on here,
I hope so.
I'm
And
gonna
you know
bring
what?
you on
And you
here.
should do this. You should do this presents to anyone else that has legitimate thing to talk about that's befitting to being righteous. Because what the problem is that we're not having the platform to be truth bearers and righteous. We're being told you gotta like line up like ducks and be like a bitch for this content creator. You
Mm-hmm.
gotta agree with these people or else you're not gonna be heard. I don't like that. And you
Yeah.
are you can be the lightning rod to have people that really have something to say,
Mm-hmm.
interview and otherwise, so that they're not snuffed out because they're not being accepted by content creators that are out here acting a fool.
And not only that, you know, being exiled or not being looked into, or because you don't have any followings and you don't have any numbers. So therefore, anywhere that you go, you're not being recognized. Even the people that I knew, when I'm in their chats, they don't be like, hi Afro goddess and stuff like that. They just you know, bypass me and things like that.
Yeah.
But it's okay, you know, because I'm gonna start from the bottom, I'm gonna work my way to the top. It is what it
You
is.
ain't
I
even
got
gotta
to
work too hard because you gravitately attract different people of different sorts. I'm telling you, I'm not easy to deal with at
Yes, you
all.
are. You are to
Well,
me.
it's because you're accommodating, though. You work with me. If you were like, you know, tug of warring with me and trying to make me conform to how you think, I will have an issue eventually. You don't do that. You're
No.
like, I'm gonna let her be her. I'm me. She respect me where I'm at. I'm gonna respect her where she's at because we're in different places in our life right now.
Yes.
But the point is, you don't down me because I ain't got what you got. You ain't like wagging your finger talking about you ain't got no husband. You ain't got no kids. You can't be on the platform with me because you ain't where I'm at. You ain't on that bullshit.
I don't do that. I don't talk about people, finance, status, or any of that. I don't clown nothing like that because that's where I used to be growing up. So why I'm gonna clown the same thing, the very same thing I came from? That's why when people do that stuff up here on YouTube and I be listening to this stuff, I'd be like, yo, this isn't right. Because you gotta understand one day that just might be you on that welfare line. That
Exactly.
just might be you being homeless. You know,
That's why
so
I don't criticize nobody being in a bad place because I had health issues. I was homeless for like 2-3 years, almost on the street. But I luckily, by the grace of God, I didn't make it there. But I had to deal with unsavory types that I never wanted to be surrounded around. But I chose that versus being homeless until I could get my bearings together and figure it out. But the point is, I don't look down on nobody because we all could fall short of
exactly.
anything. You can get in a car accident tomorrow and you're not able to like go to work no more. Even if you used to work for 20, 30 years straight.
Yes.
One time only, you won't be there no more. And then you'll have to like suffer the repercussions of you didn't have your people in order like you thought you did. People will show out, they'll show their asses to you. As soon as they know that you're not able to do nothing, then you'll realize who's your real friends or who's not. Before you go, let me drop off this panel and then go in your chat room with my real name because you put up my backup channel, but not this channel that I'm on.
Okay.
Okay,
Which channel you on now?
4 Black Righteous Folks Home. You put
Oh,
in.
let me go get it.
Oh, okay, because you
I'll
put
go get
down
it.
you put down 4 Black Ain't Playing or is it? I think it's that one. 4 Black Ain't Playing.
Yeah, I put that one. So let me go get yours. Hold on.
Okay.
And I'll just put it in there.
I really appreciate you. You know what? I gotta interview you. I gotta figure out why you have so much patience. Why are you so grounded? Why are you so happy and settled in your own way? Because women need to hear that. And I told you a long time ago that you need to be rearing up women to learn how to be a wife. Because a lot of women have not been told what it takes to find a husband. They don't know the boundaries that they need to set to make a man respond to them appropriately. But you know.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to sell yourself out to get what you got. And that's why I'm saying, like, you bad. You's a bad sister up in this bitch. You are.
Well, okay. No, it's not that difficult. I mean, anything that you do it just takes you got to strategy, what you call it,
Strategize.
right, thank you. I'm a little, tired and shit like you
Yeah.
know what I mean? But when you're in relationship and you have a whole family and all of that, you got to compromise. It's not one way, it's two ways. You can't be selfish with it. You have
Mm-hmm.
to work at it. It's not easy, but it's not hard either. You got to know you just got to know your significant other, and they got to know you, because today people don't get to know each other anymore. They just so quick to want to do this one night stand and then see where it
Yeah.
goes. You cannot
There's no
do that. It's not
understanding
going to
when you're
work.
having sex. There's no understanding when
Right.
you're having sex. You're just like living in the moment. You
Hmm.
don't know that person's ups and downs. You don't know if they love God. You don't know if they believe in God. You don't know if they love their mom, their dad, their kids, whatever. You're just like looking at them for what they look like right now. And you're taking on the form of whatever it is that's inside of them onto you, irregardless if it's godly or not. Most times it's not, because you met under the circumstance of lust. And I
Fact.
feel like I have really risen to a different awareness behind not partaking in sex for now over 4 years. I chose to. Okay, I have been approached by men and women, and I said, you know what? I did that, done that in my 20s and early 30s. I've done all the sex I can do. I really don't need to be acting like this no more. It's getting dangerous out here. I need to figure out who I am and what makes me tick and go off of things that really matter. And I've been working on that for 4+ years to figure out how to be usable for what's better for us versus me just trying to like be like everybody else, just kind of like in a row like a duck, not really having an opinion about nothing and just being told however to think and feel like a hoe. We
Hmm.
gotta stop being hoes, y'all.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's the conversation that I want to have. Just like I said, it's not like I'm just gonna get on the men and their fuckery, but I'm gonna get on the women too, because women can be very vindictive, very
Mm-hmm.
evil,
Mm-hmm.
very trifling,
Yeah.
and they need to fix themselves.
And what I
Okay.
want to tell
So
women is, instead of being vindictive, protect yourself from having tragedies in the beginning so that you can cut people off versus them cutting you off. Like once you have a child, it don't feel good getting cut off with a child in your hand.
right.
Okay. But if you were cut off and you never had sex or never been pregnant, who cares?
Like I always said, if y'all want these men to act right, everything starts with the woman. Because really, technically, the woman is the one that has the power. These
Mm-hmm.
men can't get away with the things that they get away with if we don't allow them to. But in
Yeah.
order for that to happen, you got to stop being thoughts,
Yeah.
and quick to this and that. You got to stop that because a man said, "Oh, damn, she fine. Oh, she pretty," and y'all be like, "Hey, boo." No, no.
Hey, daddy, slick a little bit.
I just want to know if I could take you out, get to know
Oh
you better.
God, that
And then
sounds
next
so
thing you know, your
repulsive.
clothes is off. No.
I could never do no shit like that. Men would say shit to me. I'm like, who you talking about? And then I'll ask them. The first question I ask men, how many kids you got? They say I got 3 or 4. I'm not gonna be your next victim. I'm
You're
good.
so crazy.
I'm,
But let me ask you a question though. Since you said that, would it be fair for men to get with women that have that many kids?
I mean, if he had a plan to be pure and wait for his woman that had none, I wouldn't settle if I was him. If he did the sacrifice to not have kids out of wedlock and he kept himself pure,
Mm-hmm.
why settle? If you can help yourself. But if you meet somebody that has the attributes that are as golden, like motherly, loving, knows God, loves to do whatever it is that you're into, you might take an exception to one child, You
Mm-hmm.
might figure that, our life is more balanced because this person's more mature because she's a mom and has one child versus not having a child and being immature and a dingbat. You might
Mm-hmm.
figure that outweighs the fact that she has a child because it matured her more. It depends on what your mentality is like. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that if you did the sacrifice to hold yourself until you find a woman with no kids, then try to find that. But then again, most of those people are young and most of those people are fickle. Most of those people are going to play on you and cheat on you and lie to you. And as soon as they get their thrill or think that they got you, they're going to go out and play and cheat on you. So I mean, you have to see the pros and cons of it all, but you have to know who you're dealing with and understand the times that we're in. I personally would prefer people to have kids that they take care of if I dealt with them so I can see how you are. Because you can really learn a lot from someone that has a child and you're a good parent. You can't tell shit if you ain't never had a child because you ain't never had responsibility yet. So how do we know you're going to be a good mom or dad?
Yeah, I mean, you got to find someone that's compatible. And not only that, no matter who you get with, whether it's you're black, you're white, you're the striated, dumb, the green man, nothing is 100%, okay? Regardless of the fact. See, because I see a lot of the gender war going on as well. You know, black men don't want to be with black women anymore. Black women don't want to be with black men.
Transgender, huh?
It's crazy. It just blows my mind. As if you get with someone out of the race, as if they're not gonna treat you wrong. So it makes no sense to me. You just have to slow down, find somebody compatible or close to it, and try to work with that. Everybody is not the same. You can't treat everybody you get. You cannot treat them the same. I don't care who you are and who you with. You just cannot do that.
Yeah. And like I said, that's why you're so vital for what it is that you know. I don't know how to be a wife. I'm telling you, I don't know how to submit. I don't know how to be pimped. I don't know. I'm untamable. I'm like a goddamn rubber band. You can stretch me and then I'm popping right back that next morning or two. I'm right back to how I was and I'm looking at you, what you thought you did.
Oh shoot. Oh my God. My sister always
It
talking
would
about
be nice though if I could trust somebody enough to let my guards down, but it takes me seeing them being loyal. It takes me seeing them being for me. I can't go off of hope and dreams and I'm gonna put my best foot forward to see if yours will go. I'm not doing that shit no more. That shit's for the birds.
But how do you separate that when you're trying to, let's say, for instance, you've been seeing this person for a while, 1, 2, 3 years, right? And you've been with this person, and then all of a sudden, things done went left. So here we go again. Everything is just not a guarantee. So are you supposed to sit here and what am I looking for? Suffer or not be happy, all because you went through a bad situation and just shut yourself out from the world of being happy again?
You got to just make sure that they're at least good enough to be your friend, I think. And they're at least good enough to be respecter of your survival. Because if you ain't got nothing else, at least if the world like hit the fan, they're going to make sure you got a piece of bread if they have an extra piece. You know? You don't want nobody like grabbing the extra piece of bread and mugging you and telling you to get the fuck out of their face while you're hungry.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with that. Yeah.
So you gotta find somebody that's easy on being loving, on the types of things that's like human, like for you to survive and thrive. And I'm learning because I'm easy to be triggered or upset or turned off or whatever. But I know what keeps me is loyalty and someone respecting me and my opinions and what it is I stand for. If you work with me, I work with you. As soon as I see you working with me, I'll give you everything I got. But if I don't see that, I ain't giving you a goddamn thing.
But the boot.
Yeah. It's like you were close, so close, but you failed the last month before I was about to make that turn and transition because you just weren't in it to win it. And that's the thing is like I have a heart of gold, but I'm not giving it to anyone that's just smiling at me and talking nice. Like anyone can pretend. Just like people on social media are pretending. That's why people are hustling motherfuckers, being scammed all over the place. You got this Dr. Eric kind of playing us with the quantum bullshit after all the shit she done did. She back again for round 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if I didn't tell y'all, y'all wouldn't even know.
I know I wouldn't have known because you know, you keep me in the loop, so you keep me educated when it comes to that side mouth. We be wondering all of Africa and Ghana and their bullshit. So
yeah, they on some shit. But I'm so glad that you're here now, and hopefully when we open panels, people will respect who we are. Because like I said, I'm not changing for nobody. I'm 51, coming up in a few days. I'm not changing for nobody. So if you're not walking with me, then I need to walk alone.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right. So being that said, y'all, I thank you so much, sister. Like always, I love you. I give you much respect. And we will be back up here again sooner than we think, you know, because we have fun
Anytime
up
you
here.
have a good topic, just run it by me. You know, I'll be flexible. You know, whatever you want to do. I want you to start your own idea of a platform that you think on, because I'll be interested in what you're thinking on.
I'll be having a lot of ideas. It's just that I'm just shy with it. You know, I could start something and then I just lose focus because I'm so
But you know
shy
what?
and all that.
This will help you. Close your ears real quick. Okay. I don't want to harm you. Ah! Let it out. It took me a long time to like jump off the cliff myself. I'm still shy, but I'm standing on what I feel, and I'm standing on what I know. I don't need to talk perfect. I don't have to have the right words, diction. Sometimes I fumble. Sometimes I even mess up the word. I don't give a fuck. I'm still speaking.
I know that's right.
Enough to know what the fuck I mean. That's good enough.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Thank you all
right,
for
y'all.
Like and share the video. Thank you guys for hanging in there. Thank you, GK. I really appreciate you, of course, and everybody else.
Yeah, thank everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for stopping by. Be safe, everybody. Until next time. Peace.
The whole damn galaxy, doesn't it?